Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slab.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?
Better boss up, nigga.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back. Welcome back to the Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You back in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish. The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly. The Notorious One, a.k.a. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is Every Woman's Fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Nigero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Gray.
Leg was just phenomenal.
Also, the man with one trabajo, that is the Mitch Slapper, is back. I'm the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, and we'll see that this week. The Morpheus of the Media Matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me CGAC God Allah, and I be the 14-time. I'm like John Cena, the 14-time. Well, he's 16-time, 17-time. The monetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you today. We're going to talk about Bill Belichick, and it's in the news. Shannon Sharp was with a nice piece of young, just right age calico. And now Bill Belichick's relationship with his young prime piece of punani is up for debate. because his young piece of prime punani is more like a handler, and she snaps at a reporter for asking how they met. Now, we're going to go through their kind of tumultuous, their relationship. We're going to go through their relationship and how it formed. We're going to give people who don't know who these characters are, we're going to give them an identity and help you out. We're going to give you an idea of what she did in the past before Bill Belichick. And we're going to try to inquiring minds now want to know how exactly they met. Now, obviously, the conventional wisdom of our enlightened audience would say she's a JUCO, but she is a JUCO. Shannon Sharpe had a JUCO. She's a JUCO, but they have a relationship that is treated a little bit differently, a little bit with more kid gloves. And people are saying maybe it's because of the race thing. You know, Shannon Sharpe was a big black man putting big black babies in the white punani. 19-year-old, 20-year-old punani. That's pretty taboo. But what's not taboo is older men dating younger women, especially in the white community. Where are the white people at? Yes, indeed.
Where the white women at?
But even an age gap relationship in the black community, even if the woman is black, can be a very taboo subject matter. In fact, we saw last week with Shannon Sharpe, a lot of people that were posting videos when they were talking about no man should ever date a woman that's in her 19, 20, and 21. Okay, I'll beat a nigga ass if he dating a woman 19 or 20, 21. When you talk about the black community is really, really treating age gaps with, it's very taboo. All right, there will be, if my sister, if my daughter, they'll threaten your life with an age gap relationship. Well, not with the white folks.
Where the white women at?
All right. All right, the right folks don't treat them like that, especially if it's white on white. Now, if it's black on white, that's different too. They'll treat them like that.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, but it's not as taboo. So Bill Belichick's kind of getting a little bit of a pass. People are treating it with kid gloves. They're just curious. Is she a JUCO? Did he meet her on the Sugar Daddy app? There's a lot of people that are inquiring minds want to know. I'm going to give you my input on how they met. And it's not what you think. It's not what you think. All right, it's not what you think, but it's probably worse. All right, anyway, we got that coming up, and we have video evidence of why women are saying it's okay to dump the good man. All right, I need a good man out here. I'm a good woman. Well, we have two normie-looking women saying why it's okay to dump the good man.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, what did that have to do with white women, Coach? All right, but anyway, to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams, and that be near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. For those who did not know, I was out on Thursday and Friday. Yes, I was out. I had to take a break and really started Wednesday night. But, Tuesday I was done. All right. I had, Monday and Tuesday I tend to stream long. Wednesday and Thursday and Friday I start to shorten those streams up because I got other things that I have to do. All right. And, I had realized that Tuesday I had streamed almost 9 hours. All right. 9 hours. But I came down with a little bit of a bug and you guys started to hear it because my voice started to crack. And I got a little concerned because my voice box where my heart used to be. I got a voice box where my heart used to be. I'm so cold. 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 Well, here, listen. My voice is my money. All right. My voice is my money.
And that's you.
Yes, and that's me. My voice is my money. All right. I'm like, if I don't have a voice, I'm going to be hungry in this bitch.
I got money.
All right, if I don't have a voice, I'm about to be broke.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
Yeah, I would have been broke. I said, listen, I got to take care of my voice. All right, and it just so happened that I felt a little bit sick too over the weekend, but I didn't think that was it. But I was like, I need my voice. And I don't know what I'm going to do. All right, I'm going to be like Muhammad Ali. All right, Muhammad Ali had one of the greatest poetic voices of all time, and he couldn't talk like for 20 years of his life at the end. And that's disgraceful. I mean, we would want to hear Muhammad Ali. We want to hear him talk, and God shut his voice down. Well, I said, you know what? I better rest my voice. And it was good. And basically all weekend, I had to cancel all coaching calls. All right, I met a JUCO or two, but we kept it quiet. I did a quiet roar. And I said, this was me the rest of the weekend right here. All right, so anybody want to know how my weekend went? It was like this.
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend, nigga?
All right, I pretty much canceled everything. I was like, I'm just not going to talk. All right, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday, I did my local stream, and we did the Money Mindset, another grade 2 streams over there. All right, but this was me for like 3 days. All right, just waiting. I was like, fuck it. I'll get on Twitter and fuck around. All right, but I did realize how boring life is when you don't have shit to do. All right, I was like, well, listen, what am I going to do? All right, but I was looking like, nigga, all right, yeah, damn. These days are sorry as fuck. All right, but this is what I was doing. All right, all day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. All right, yeah, it was a mess. All right, but anyway. And here we are right here. We're back. So appreciate y'all for having me back. Do me a favor. In celebration of me being back, do me a favor. Hit the like button on the stream. Hit the like button on the stream, and we're going to get into it. Let's see here. We're going to get into it. We're going to hit the like button. No, hit that like button. Just give me the likes. All right, shout out to our brother Preston says, the steroid users, all right, users want the respect that a natural bodybuilder would get, like a born-again virgin wants the respect of pure women. And he says right here, he says it doesn't work like that. And so it sounds like he was watching an older stream, like a lot of you guys had to go back to some older content. And we were talking about steroid users and natty. But he said the steroid users want the respect that natural bodybuilders have. And it doesn't work like that. Just like a woman that says, well, I'm a reborn virgin. I'm celibate. Don't work like that. You didn't. Nah, bro. All right. Nah. Shout out to No Government Name. Thank you for your support on Saturday. All right. On my day off. We have our brother Jerome is in the building. All right. Shout out to you. That was on the day off. Let me see what Jerome had to say. Let's see if he has something to say. He didn't. All right. But shout out to you. No Government Name says free advice to all men. Don't tell ninjas nothing ever. They'll gossip like the fat single mama Bama that raised them. Holy mackerel. And then they won't let you enjoy your life, especially if you're successful or famous. CGA warned you. Mitches and PUAs and Tradcons, they agree with your message, except the part about men becoming successful for themselves and enjoying their money only to spend it on themselves, renting women instead of marrying them, and not having kids to save the West, and pushing immoral behavior, which is pretty much everything at that point. I don't know. What do they agree with? Except for that part. And they don't like all men pay. Apparently the all men pay thing, they're really fighting that now. They don't want nothing to do with that. All right. I've heard like several content creators, they're like, no, all men don't pay. I'm like, oh, I'm looking at these ninjas like,
Oh, the humanity.
All right, there was a dating coach going in there. All men don't pay. I hate this when they say that. These are just guys that can't get pussy. All right, they always go back to that. All right, so the guy just can't, in their world, he just can't get any. All right, but they want him out there just scrounging and scavenging for pussy like he does. All right, it's crazy, isn't it? Okay. Shout out to our brother Daniel McGee. Daniel Mack is in the building, says, let's stay. I think you meant start. Let's start Monday off right. Shout out to you. We back with the Monday shit. Yeah, we in our Monday shit. All right. Shout out to our brother. It is Patrick says, Coach, your money mindset group is full of elite, high-level professionals and worth the price of admission. Wish I had joined it years ago. Join the Money Mindset Club, gentlemen, and separate yourself from the competition, gentlemen. Patrick has been here for a long time. I recognize your name. He says he finally joined the Money Mindset, and he found that it was worth it, man. Look, the Money Mindset is this a no Mitch zone. All right, and dude, we had some brothers speaking up, and yes, we have elite professional men in there. You would be absolutely shocked. And there's people that watch that I know they're in there, and they're not always in there speaking up. But yeah, bro, the money mindset is elite. It's elite level shit. It's not what this shit is over here. All right, this is for everybody. All right, but yeah, money mindset is elite. Let's see here. And it was good to have you in there, bro. The new people, hope you guys, our money mindset group has been growing too, man. It's crazy. Love it over there. Love it on Sundays. And, you know, what happened was, I'm going to tell you what happened, man. Y'all gave me too many days off because now I done figured out how to price a whole bunch of people out. All right. So, you know, the worst thing about me getting time is it gives me time to think. All right. When I take time off, it gives me time to think. All right. And now I'm thinking, oh, okay, I need to price a whole bunch of motherfuckers out. All right. So now we coming up with elite level shit. Everybody that's in, you're in. All right. If you ain't in now, you're going to be priced the fuck out. All right. All you getting is snippets. All right. That's what you about to get at that price. So welcome over there. I appreciate y'all. And, oh, okay. We got one that's private there. Okay. All right. Shout out to you. I read it. It was a private one. And shout out to NGN says the most dangerous blacks are pro-blacks. Their response to CGA's content is to threaten and wish violence on him if they see him in person. They don't want to do that. For inspiring men to become winners and not box themselves in, yet they wonder why people hate and avoid them completely. Yes, indeed. We already know why that is. And it's because of this.
Nigga, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga, nigga, nigga shit.
All right, and last one, NGN says these PUA frame mouthpiece and content, these are R-rate that CGA is exposing how they're priced out in POS scumbags that just hate women and yet feel entitled to loyal hot women. He says you're even priced out of women you call mid. Who was on Locals the other day? Shout out to my Locals group. Again, another group that's about to get priced out. I don't even know what the price is, but guys, dude, a couple dudes was crashing out in Locals lately, all right, because where's my crash out? Okay. A couple of dudes have been caught, and these are some good dudes, all right, caught crashing out because they getting priced out. And I don't know if I'm going to talk about it much on this show because I know y'all get tired of it, all right, because I don't give a fuck, though. All right, but I'm looking to make some separate content that is going to be short, you know, video on demand for the Ask Coach Greg Adams channel. But dudes is getting, you know who it was, too. Crashing out, bruh. Ninjas is crashing out. Guys, you're getting priced out. You're getting priced out of life right now. All right, NGN. Niggas is getting priced out of life, let alone attractive women, bruh. You are not getting loyal, attractive women. You're not getting women to like you goofy ass men. You're not getting them. It's done, guys. It's done. Okay, if you ain't got one yet, you ain't getting one. All right, if you don't have one yet, now for the people who came from a different generation, shout out to you. You have somebody, y'all working it out, y'all working through the kinks. You guys have accepted your reality. You've accepted your fate. You're like, hey, this is fine. You guys don't realize that you're being traumatized along the relationship. You'll only look like you'll be traumatized 12, 13 years down the goddamn pike. Then you'll compound all the trauma. But you guys are good. You're like, Coach, I'm good. I got me a person. And then he's sitting over there with his stomach all hanging over his goddamn knees. All right. And you're like, I'm fine. Okay, have at it. But other than that, today, if you don't have one today, you can forget it. You as good as done. And how about these married people, Grant Cardone, giving out dating advice? Okay? Giving out dating advice. Old married people giving out dating advice. I find this crazy, guys. This is some crazy shit. They're like, this is how you do it. And I did it like this. When? 1987? They just like 1987. This is how I did it. Oh, shit. All right, but yeah, Henry was there. Shout out to Henry in the building. Somebody, man, yeah, brother got priced out of a situation with a fine ass piece of calico, priced his ass out, and he was gone. He probably watching right now. But guys, you're getting priced out of the marketplace. I cannot tell you. You can go over to the local stream. I break it down. You're getting priced out, and that's just the reality of it. All right, shout out to you. Okay, and no government name. Glad to know you're back. I can't believe that the Cleveland Browns wasted the 144th pick on Angel Reese Sanders. Deion tried to turn his son into the George Floyd of the draft. Shaking my damn head. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? I don't talk too much about sports here, although we're talking about some sports figures lately. Shannon Sharp, Bill Belichick. What do you think about the slide of Shedeur Sanders? I think for the most part, I didn't predict it. I didn't think he would slide that far. I definitely think there was a code red put out on him. But NFL teams are smart as well. He probably is not worth, because the Cleveland Browns were supposed to pick him up in the first round. They end up getting him in the fifth round, way better value. All right, so whoever these people are that do scouting and general managing, they made the right call. They made the right call for their franchise and their pocketbooks, and plus the Cleveland Browns. What quarterback is ever successful there? I mean, that's where quarterbacks go to die. All right, so I mean, Cleveland Brown, he'd be as good as dead. All right, so that's the worst team he could have went for. I mean, the next worst team would have been the Jets. All right, so then the Raiders. All right, so I don't know. It is what it is. Shout out to Kevin. Sullivan says, welcome back to my favorite African-American. Yeah, and you know what that means.
Oh, look at my African-American over here. Look at him.
Yeah.
Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about?
All right, let's get into it, man. First, what we got here. What we got? We got Doom and Gloom CGA. Shout out to y'all. Let's get it. Doom and Gloom CGA. Brought to you by the... All right, we got a lot of Doom and Gloom, more Doom and Gloom than Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Yes, it's been a week, but, I didn't report on this immediately, but there were some rumors that went out about that helicopter crash that killed, collided with that airplane, and they were coming out saying there was a DEI pilot. New world now, order. They were not confirming if the pilot was truly a woman in a DEI hire. And what they did was they did the classic psyops, was to silence everybody. This is not true. This is not true. Whoever's speaking, this is misogyny. And so they shamed you and they silenced us. And then they threatened us and said, you cannot talk about this. Well, at the end of the day, it was a DEI pilot. New world and after a thorough investigation, the woman that was at the helm of the pilot of the Black Hawk helicopter that hung in the air over the area of where the collision was in Washington, D.C., well, it was a woman. It was a woman.
Where the white women at?
All right, so they were right. All right, but they silenced us for about 60 days and shamed us and called us all kind of misogynists. And it gets even worse. It says, remember the DC helicopter crash in January that killed 64 people, including 16 children? Well, it turns out the female pilot who was flying was given multiple warnings and was directly told by her male instructor co-pilot to turn the opposite direction of the passenger jet to avoid a collision. She ignored him and flew straight into it. Yep. You're not gonna mansplain to me. I know what I'm doing. She probably up there arguing. We talk a lot about situations like this over the years. Should women be in leadership? Should they be in situations like this of extreme duress? And I'm sure they could pull a woman out of the rabbit's hat in World War II. One of the women that died, although there was 99% of men that died. But now this is one of the reasons why. You're a misogyny. You're not going to tell me what to do. I'm a woman. I know. Hear me roar. And then we're going to hear the Undertaker bell. Not only for yourself, but for 64 people. All right. And this is after an investigation. And I'll read it just so you don't think there's misogyny here. He told her he believed that air traffic control wanted them to turn left towards the East Riverbank. Turning left would have opened up more space between the helicopter and flight 5342, which was headed for the runway number 33 at an altitude of roughly 300 feet. She decided not to turn left. Oh, boy. And she was a captain, all right? And so she's like, you ain't going to tell me. New world order. You ain't going to tell me anything. I can do what I want. I can do what I want. All right, man, listen. I said this last time because they had this whole thing during the Biden administration that they wanted black women. They wanted black women to be more pilots. And I said, if I get on the plane, I'm damn sure, hey, and I see a black woman pilot, all right, I'm getting off that beach. All right, do y'all ever check for y'all pilots? Most of y'all don't see the pilots until after y'all getting off, and you're looking like, look at that old white man flying us. All right, but boy, I'm not going to get on the plane. You know, these people don't listen. You ain't going to tell me I'll do what I want. Everybody's dead. All right, goodness gracious. It's outrageous. So now that we know it's official, and I refuse to report on it because I was like, you know, these could be rumors, but normally the conspiracy theorists, they're true. They got it right. She done took everybody out because she don't want to listen. All right, like she done took everybody out because she's like, you're not going to tell me anything. Look at that smug look. Oh, my goodness gracious. All right, ladies. All right, you got to check these people out. More doom and gloom CGA. Over 4 million Gen Zers are jobless, and experts blame worthless degrees. Ring the bell. Gen Z's in trouble. I mean, you guys don't realize there's going to be a lot of bell rings on the doom and gloom CGA. We're starting off very doomy here. And there's several articles that have sourced this information out. We got Fortune magazine saying right here, the worthless degrees and a system of broken promises for the rising number of NEETs. They always got something. What are NEETs? Well, NEETs are people who are not in education, employed, or training. All right, Gen Z. Yes, indeed. This is why Gen Z women out here doing what they're doing with Bill Belichick and Shannon Sharp.
When I start selling pussy,
yeah, oh, yes.
I don't want to hear it.
I know.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear nobody say shit.
It's sad.
When you see me on the corner, bitch, mind your business.
This is why the monetized dating marketplace is going to go ham. I know people don't want age gaps, but it is what it is. Over 4 million Gen Zers in the U.S. are currently not in employment, sparking concerns of a growing employment crisis among young adults. Experts point to worthless degrees. Anybody else tell these women not to get a degree? I mean, they're telling you. This is stuff we've been telling you, bro. These degrees are worthless, and a lot of people are finding that out. They're getting a student loan. We're going to talk about that in a minute here. They point to the worthless degrees in a higher education system that fails to equip students with marketable skills as key contributors to this issue. Many graduates find themselves burdened with debt and holding degrees that don't translate into job opportunities. We call them jobs over here. The situation is exacerbated by credential inflation, where jobs that previously didn't require a degree now listed as a prereq, leaving many overqualified yet underemployed. This growing disconnect between higher education and the job market calls for a reevaluation of the value and purpose of a college degree in today's economy. Yeah, see, we're still kind of far behind in this mindset. So it's tough. And you're talking to a person that has a master's degree. I have a master's degree, so I'm your master. We also, I also worked on 5 college campuses, some of them state institutions and some of them private institutions that were, some that public, but they were considered high level institutions. So being that I have a experience on all, let me tell you, a lot of people that are at these schools are doing bullshit work, busy work. Their degrees ain't going to do shit. All right. I was married and we all had more degrees than a thermometer under one roof and still was broke. Because a lot of people that have degrees, they think their degree is going to save them. And many people don't even work in their degree field. right? So they get the degree and don't even use the degree. So once they don't know what to do with their degree, they got the degree, but they don't even do anything with it. They don't even know what to do. So they float these jobs just to get a job, just to survive, and they get stuck in these jobs. And it's hard to get them to get out of these jobs if you tell them how to save themselves. I can tell you how to save yourself, all right? Scared money don't make money, but a lot of these people are fearful. Then they blame their parents, the boomers, the Gen Xers, for telling them to go to college because a mind is a terrible thing to waste. And so they blame other people. Oh, you made me go to college. You made me take out these student loans. Wait. All right. Nobody made you pick an easy major. Because, listen, I worked on campuses. I went to school. I know the people that picked the easy major. All right, you went to school, didn't know what you wanted to study. Then it was time to pick a major and declare one, and you picked the easiest fucking major. Then you went to become a teacher. I mean, come on, man. Then you didn't want to teach, and now you were shelved Schitt's Creek. But, yeah, this is going to be our new traumatic experience. A lot of people have these student loans here. 27, they don't know what to do. College, I said in 2018 and 19, they'll be gone. All right, 50% will just be gone. All right, obliterated because they cannot continue to get people in. They're letting people in like crazy. So this is going to be our new reality, right? New reality. A lot of people that go to college, they're pretty much lemmings and don't know what the fuck they want to do. But I do, sympathize for them because what do people do between the ages of 18 and 24 other than go to college, act like they're doing shit, smoke, fuck, drink, and shit like this? All right, so, and get programmed and completely under indoctrination. A lot of people learn how to debate and argue, but normally you're giving your talking points. All right, so that's what we're seeing here, and we're going to see lots more of it in the future. With that being said, what about the job marketplace? Intel says they're going to have some upcoming layoffs. Well, how many layoffs? 20,000 people. Sheesh. Sheesh.
Oh, the humanity.
Early retirement won't be an option. Oh, my goodness. This was reported yesterday. Intel employees hoping for clarity on looming job cuts were met with more questions than answers on Friday, as the senior execs downplayed earlier reports of a massive layoff, but they declined to provide specific numbers or timeline. But according to a conference call with the CFO, he told Bloomberg Report, suggesting Intel would lay off more than 20,000 people. It was inaccurate, but the company has not yet finalized how many positions will be eliminated. Well, either or, there's going to be a lot of binds to fix out here. There's going to be too many damn binds, and rent is going to be due.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
I hear some of these people that, they're going to have early exits. I guess early retirement is not an option. So many people out here are going to be trying to figure out life.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
All right, we got a lot of family people going to have to figure out how to redirect. They're going to try to get into a competitive job market. So if you're looking for a job at this time, you got to think there's 20,000 more people that possibly might be looking for a job lining up for the job you have. So this is where we're looking forward to here coming up. All right, coming up in the future. Okay. Last one on Doom and Gloom CGA, I believe. All right, we have a ranting and raving, them, they, she, her, zim, zer. I'm not sure who this individual is, but a lot of these people are out here ranting and raving about their student loans. These normies decided to not check up on their student loan for the last 4 years, almost 5 years running. And now that there's a threat that they're going to get wage garnishments, they want to check their student loans. So as you can see, she's ranting and raving. Imagine what she's ranting and raving about. Well, it's not that hard to figure out because I predicted that this would happen, but let's go into it. She says, better check that student loan account. And boy, look at these goddamn eyebrows. Better check that student loan account. All right, let's get to it and then we'll break it down.
I'm going to keep posting about this all day because this is bullshit. I went and logged into my federal loan account and this is what I found. I graduated in 2011 with $46,000 in student loan debt. My loan debt is now almost $90,000 fucking dollars. In that time, I've been a social worker that has made income-based repayments on my loan for years, and that shit has almost doubled. You want to know why people are pissed off about their student loans? It's not because we can't get anyone else to pay them for us. It is because you have set it up where we can never pay them off ourselves. And then you sit here and tell us into our faces that we are lazy and this is somehow our fault, while cheering on banks and auto industries and Elon fucking Musk getting subsidies of millions of dollars a day. Anyone who still doesn't see that this is rigged against us can get fucked. I'm gonna keep posting about this all day because this is bullshit.
Oh, the humanity.
Wow, lady, take it easy. All right. First of all, you're a social worker. Shout out to the social workers out here. They're doing a hell of a job. All right. Doing basically overwork and underpaid, doing the shittiest work, going up into houses where kids live in filth and slime. They got drug addict parents, and they got parents molesting their kids and whatnot. I mean, social workers see the worst things out here. And most of the social workers I see are fat women, by the way. All right, fat women love social work. All right, social work is like, welfare. It's a welfare job. I put that up there with child support. All right, anybody that works for child support, welfare job. Social work, welfare job. All right, so social work. So she ain't going to make a lot of money. All right, and she's probably going to work in some crystal methanol city. Shitty cities. Riverside. All right, so here's what we got here. Social work. She ain't never going to make more than $70K. All right, so she's never going to make more than $70K. So she's been making income-based payments, which is because she's doing social work. She's kind of giving back, so they might put her on the 10-year track, and then she can get her loans paid off. All right, because I can't remember what they call it, but I call it combat pay. All right, so she's basically doing combat work, and they give her credit for doing that work, giving back, and then they give you a... So she's saying she's been making those type of payments, and the loan principal has doubled, or at least the interest has, and making the principal go up as well. And she's just now figuring this out. Ma'am, you work in social work and you just figuring out your loans are double after making payments? Like, have you not? First of all, let me just say this. All right. Let me just say this. Take any credit card you have. This is finance. Listen, I know not a lot of people, you're educated, but a lot of people are dumb financially because, well, the educational system doesn't want to teach you about finances, right? They don't want to teach you how to make it. They want to make you a slave. So I'll agree with that. So you guys got all this education and you don't know an amortization sheet. Let's take a credit card. You have a credit card. You close to max this credit card out. Then the company says, this is your minimum payment. This is your minimum payment. And you pay only the minimum payment. There's a high likelihood that your principal, the overall total, is going to increase. There's a high likelihood. I mean, it's almost guaranteed because there's fees, there's, close to maxed out, there's maxed out penalties. There's all kind of penalties and there's interest. So the interest is going to be relative. And the more you keep a high balance, the less credit, your credit ratings will decline, and thus you will have a higher interest. So you make the minimum payment continuously, you're not going to pay down the credit at all. All right. By the time you get that next statement, you'll have more. It'll be slightly more depending on your interest. Okay. So that should be obvious. Now, I don't know why people think student loans are different. Student loans are going to work the same way. It's going to work very similarly. All right. So they're going to tell you, here's the minimum payment that you have to pay to keep this debt. Now, you thought that the interest in the principal was frozen. Well, no, there's interest on these loans. Thus, when you make the payment, the interest will be tacked on to the next month, and then you just go down the line. So you could do this for 10 or 15, 20 years, and you still are going to end up possibly with the number not going down at all. All right. So you do have to make more payment. All right. You have to make more payments. It's kind of like, a lot of people don't understand that. You're going to have to make more payments. So I think people are waking up to this reality that it's going to work like a mortgage or something like that. It's not technically going to work like that. It's going to more work like a credit card. And people are waking up to this reality right now. And they've been paying these payments for 5, 10, 15 years, and then they're stuck here. And this is why at some particular point, you're going to find out this.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear it.
All right. But the amortization sheet, everybody study this. This is stuff we go over on the money mindset. Look at the amortization sheet, and you will find that the most of the payments are going to go to interest. It's not even going to go to the principal. All right, when you buy a house, 30 years, student loans are relatively 15, 20-year payments. Okay, 20 years. When you buy a house, you will make more payments to interest for about 15 to 17 years. Then about the 17-year mark of the 30-year loan, you'll make slightly more payments to your principal. Then it increases, the principal payments increase towards the end of the loan. So the last 12, 13 years of the loan, you'll start making more of those principal payments. And then as you get closer to the end, much of your payments will be towards principal. So yeah, I mean, this is what we're doing here. This is what we're doing. And yeah, I cannot help people for not understanding this. But of course, people took these loans out at 18 to 24 before their brain stem developed. All right, so here we go.
I went and logged into my federal loan account, and this is what I found. I graduated in 2011 with $46,000 in student loan debt. My loan debt is now almost $90,000 fucking dollars.
Yep. Oh man. Oh, these are the people that are going to tell you how to vote too. All right, vote for Kamala. Vote for Joe Biden. All right, that's typically who they're going to do. And they're going to blame Donald Trump for this, but it was only a matter of time. I told you this day would come. This is the day of reckoning. This is the moment of truth. This is where the moment of truth meets the point of no return. And that's where we are. We're at the day of reckoning, and the people who were up here telling you 2 weeks ago that you black men aren't going to college, and it's because you're not going to college that you're dumber than the people who went to college. The next week, these videos were going viral about 2 or 3 weeks ago. They were saying black men don't go to college, and him didn't go to college, so him dumber than me, and him going to not make more money, and this is why we're smarter than him. They were literally shitting on y'all 2 weeks ago. Shitting on y'all, and they don't go to college, and this is why they don't do this, and they don't amount to nothing. The next goddamn week, I'm in a bind, Nate. They in a bind. Isn't this ironic? Yes, it is. Doom and Gloom CGA out. All right, Doom and Gloom CGA. By the way, for those who don't know, I'm highly educated. I went and got my degrees, and I paid my student loans off. And one of the things is I'm not sympathetic for people who are looking for debt relief in this one, because yes, I believe I was a victim. I do believe I was a victim of people telling me that my mind was a terrible thing to waste and that I would make more money. Listen, without my degrees, I probably wouldn't be where I am, because much of my jobs in my earlier life, I needed a degree. And if I didn't have a degree, I wouldn't have got hired for those jobs. So my degrees have overwhelmingly helped me out. I got back what I paid into in terms of taking those loans. I got it back. And that was the whole point of it. Now, some people aren't going to get it back, and that's your fucking fault. All right, some of you lemmings and you mind control idiots, you ain't going to get it back. So I went to school. I got all my masters. I got my bachelors and associates. I got all that shit. And when it was time for me to pay them off, I didn't want to do it. I was like, dude, I don't want to do this shit. I could buy this. I could buy that. I can get into this. I can get into that. I should just let it go. I should kick the can down the road. I should just make the minimum payment. I didn't want to do it. But something told me, because I teach this in money mindset, money karma, treat money the way you want money to treat you. And I believe in that. I believe in that since I started becoming an entrepreneur and self-employed, that when I put money into the system, currency, money tends to return in a variety of ways. And I've noticed that you can't just spend frivolously, but when you spend intentionally, you will find that that money comes back. And I was like, maybe one of the things holding me back economically is me holding on to this debt. And I said, maybe if I open up and pay that debt off, maybe the world will treat me better financially. Maybe I can practice what I preach. Maybe I cannot be a hypocrite. And I said, I'm going to pay it off. I'm going to pay it off. And I ain't going to tell you how I paid it off, but I paid it off in 4 payments. All right. And we were talking about a high loan amount. And I said, I'm going to take 4 payments and I'm going to pay it off. But I could have bought a lot of other things, man. I could have went on trips, vacations, bought clothes. I could have bought things that wouldn't have brought value to me, that would have been old already. Could have bought cars, could have bought another house. And I said, you know what? Let me just pay the shit off and keep it moving. And I paid it off. I'm going to tell you, man, I believe I got that money back in a variety of ways. So we want you to understand that I am not sympathetic of people who took out loans in any way at all. You took those fucking loans off, you paid them off. All right, I don't want to hear that the system told you this and it was predatory. I don't give a fuck, bro. Pay your loans off, pay off your debts. I don't care if you disagree with me right now. Go fuck yourself and go take a flying leap. Pay off your fucking debts. And if you're because listen, the people that don't want to pay off their debts, they want to go on vacation. They want to smoke weed. They want to do the stanky leg. They were doing the crate challenge. They were up there doing the Tootsie Roll. They were bragging about their degrees. So if you got the degree, and you didn't get the degree and you got student loan, go pay that shit off. Do whatever you can. Take 2 jobs. You guys are looking for date and romances and y'all trying to figure out how to date and can't pay off your obligations and debts. Okay. And one of the reasons your dating life sucks is because you don't pay off your fucking bills. Pay your goddamn bills and obligations and debt. The reason why people won't hire you for good jobs and you take shitty jobs is because you take jobs because you hasn't paid off your debt. Pay off your goddamn debts. It's as simple as that. I know, man. This was a message I didn't want to hear neither. I hated when people told me that. But it's the reality. Pay your shits off. You had a chance to pay it off when there was no interest for almost 5 years running, and you chose not to. You chose to avoid it. You chose to hide those goddamn envelopes being sent to your envelope sent to your apartment mailbox. You decided to do that, but you took that shit out, and now your job is to pay it off. And look, if you want to change the system after the fact, I agree. The system of sending kids to college and taking out debt, I think, is dead and gone. College belongs to a certain group of people. Certain groups of people shouldn't have access to it. All right. And if you guys want to make better decisions about getting access to college, try keeping your family fucking together. Try not to have babies by Pookies and Ray Rays and Quanishas and Sasquishas. All right. How about do it the right way? But what people are doing is they're living life backwards, and then they want to play the victim after the fact. Fuck all that, bruh. Pay off your goddamn debts. Kiss my ass, and you do not penalize people who didn't go to college and tried to make a better way, and they became better and more successful than you, and now they're supposed to pay off your fucking debt. Kiss my whole entire ass. That's what I got to say about that.
New world order.
Pay off your debts. Get debt free. If you got debt and you don't have enough income, why are you dating? Why are you dating? I don't get why people date and then they're broke or they're in debt and then they try to explain why they should be dating. You're not marriage material. Seriously. You're not dating material. Bitch, nigga, y'all's in debt. You're in debt. All right, the only reason you should be dating and you are in debt or broke is if the other person can help you get out of that situation. All right, but hey, it is what it is. Enough about that shit. Let's get back to these goddamn, this show is on fire. Men get offended when I tell them they shouldn't be broke dating. I think women in debt shouldn't be dating either. You should not be dating. All right, first of all, anyway, I'm gonna go off on a tangent there. I got to keep my voice. My voice is not 100%. Man, please. Yo, we need to stop dating. You know what we need to do? We need to go back to arranged marriages. That's the only solution out of this. But we won't. So I'm going to still live the free agent lifestyle. All right. So we're not going back to that shit either. We got, who do I got? We got these brothers here. We got my and says in the song No More Parties in LA, Kanye referenced Amber Rose saying, I remember when Amber told my boy, no matter whatever happens, I'm not going back to Philly. Men are in love, women are in business. 100%. 100%. All right, so shout out to you right there. That was on, seems like yesterday. Maybe he was donating during the stream, the local stream, but I don't read the PayPals. No government name says paying tuition. Shout out to you, and you know who you are over on the PayPal. Who else we got, brothers? We got Kaylin. Kaylin's in the building. What's up, coach? I don't know how much you've been following the playoffs, but the Lakers are all but done. It's all perfect timing for Shannon Sharp to take a break from ESPN. He's the biggest LeBron supporter in the world. Wolves in 5. Shout out to you right there. Yeah. We'll probably talk about Shannon Sharp more. I don't want to do another Shannon Sharp stream, but yeah, he's going to be popular talk here in the next couple of weeks. Martin says, my brother recently retired from corporate America. He's 61 and serves on different boards and does some community activities, but he's kind of unsure on the next steps, especially if he needs to work again because the market is so volatile and it's affecting his retirement monies. Should I give him a membership to the Money Mindset or a coaching call? I think a coaching call would be great for him if he doesn't know who I am. So, the Money Mindset is an investment of time. The coaching call could get directly to his issues. But yes, he's 61 and retired. Guys, there's no retirement out here, brothers. Retirement is one of these things. It's one of these things. It's dead. It's dead. All right. So I've figured that out. I think I'm gonna need $4 million to retire. $4 million. $4 million. If I don't have $4 million in something in combined asset allocations, my ass is going to work. Right. Now the internet says I have 14 million, but obviously they're talking about the other Coach Greg. There's another Coach Greg. All right. They're not talking about me. All right. I had my ex-wife all in child support, happy, licking her chops. All right. But I'm going to need that 4 million in asset. And that's minimum. That's minimum. Like, that's the bottom of retirement for me. That's like, I can scrounge and scrape and survive. Right. Right. I'm going to scrounge and scrape this 4 mil. All right. And that could be, that doesn't mean 4 million liquid, but I'm going to scrounge and scrape this 4 mil. All right. But, right. All right. But that's minimum. I'm going to need that 10 mil. All right. And I'm not stopping until I have 10 mil. And these bitches that come out the woodworks, they lying. I'm going to just say this right now. Any of these skeezers that come out asking for $10 million, they lying. All right, so y'all skeezers know who y'all are. Hey, Shannon Sharp, this is how you should have did it, nigga. All right, these hoes be lying. All right, I'm going to get that shit out beforehand. I'm filing police reports on these bitches beforehand. All right, any woman that I've ever digged down, y'all getting a police report filed. I'm filing restraining order on all you bitches when the money start coming in. All right, but I'm going to need that 10 mil, and y'all bitches ain't getting a dime. I'm going to be on the airplane to the Philippines by the time y'all niggas get hold of me. All right, but anyway, shout out to you, brother Martin. Tell your brother to schedule a coaching call. That will probably be best. All right, these bitches be lying on my dick. All right, don't be lying on my dick out here, ladies. Y'all got some good dick out here. All right, y'all got some good dick. Don't be mad. Shout out to our brother. It's our brother Khalid Cooper says, why black men are cheap, refuse to pay women money? All right, this is something we're going to talk about, Khalid. Today, we're going to do a stream on consent because I am alarmed at the amount of men that don't know what consent is. Like, what men are doing is you're trying to tell women what consent is and how consent can change after she agrees to doing something. So then what happens is, it goes as far as you make the woman feel bad after a sexual encounter. You guys know consent can be removed after that. Consent can be removed based on your treatment of her after the fact. Now, when women go home, they start thinking. You don't know how their little hamster wheel brain moves. All right. Women go home after they do dirty shit, especially the nasty girls. All right. They do nasty shit and they go home and the fog is lifted and they be sitting there thinking. All right. Ladies, where y'all at? Press 1. Bitches be thinking. They be thinking. They be up thinking, damn, I'm nasty. I'm a piece of shit whore. Right? They know they're a whore. You know, this is why, guys, I'm trying to help y'all red pillars out. Women know they nasty and know that they know they're whores. They know they're OnlyFans girls and prostitutes. You're not telling them anything different. They know what the fuck they are. They know. But they be overthinking. They be drawing up scenarios and having dreams. I had a dream about you. These bitches always tell you some shit. All right, so you didn't fuck, nutted, went to sleep, and you wake up to a text. Hey, I had a dream. And you're like, what kind of dream you had about me? Okay, now, they be up thinking, thoughting, and plotting, drawing up scenarios. Now, anything that they think about and you gone to sleep in your post-nut slumber, bruh, anything could come up. She could be like, oh, I don't like how he did that. So what happens is we had this explanation, Khalid, on the local stream of just giving a woman an Uber. Young men, I need you to listen to me. I'm an older man. I've survived life without any false allegations. Ninjas will not aftercare a woman. And they'll argue me over here. That's simping. Whoever you're listening to, stay listening to them. Do not listen to me at all. If you think making sure a woman gets home happy and smiling is simping, something is wrong with you guys. This is why y'all gonna get charges. I hope you enjoy jail. I hope you niggas go to jail. And I don't pray niggas go to jail, man. Jail and death is something I will not pray. But if your ass go to jail, I hope you enjoy it. Because you guys think just giving women money for anything is simping. But they just be like, get her an Uber. Why? You're like, I hope you realize you just ran her guts. You cream pied her. She don't deserve anything. She's a nasty whore. Okay, well, whores can get sexually assaulted too. Whores can get sexually assaulted. I don't know if you guys know, just because she's a whore doesn't mean she doesn't have rights over her body. She can claim anything. That's why niggas be like, she's an OnlyFans girl. Okay, when did a job make you not be able to file a sexual assault? I don't understand it. And you guys got the wrong one. I don't know if you guys thought I was a certain way, but when it comes to these things, I treat them seriously. When you come to have sex with a woman, what do I tell you? You better be responsible. You're responsible for that person. You have to make sure she gets home. Because if she doesn't get home and she goes missing and your DNA is inside of her pussy, you're going to have a whole conversation to have. And this happens a lot. Just to show you, Mackenzie Lewick in Utah was a sugar baby. She got picked up in an Uber, and in between the Uber drops her off to another guy in a park. That guy in the park takes her home and kills her. Guess who got picked up first? The Uber driver. And the Uber driver was married. And for a couple of weeks, they was looking at this ninja like he was suspect number 1. That is a scenario where I'm saying, and we're not saying that somebody sent her an Uber, but you have to make sure she goes home. Not only do you have to make sure she goes home satisfied. Now, whatever that is, that's the choice you made. We're responsible about our sexuality over here. We're not reckless. We're not leaving it up to fate. We're not trying to make women feel how we want to feel. But you guys will run over there and treat these women like shit and call them whores. They already know they're a whore. Right? That you haven't told them anything about that. She knows that. She let you put your dick inside of her. All right? So she knows what she is. Now, your job is to, whatever you have to do. Black men are super duper cheap. But he's saying, why do black men refuse to pay women money? Let me tell you, Khalid, black men refuse to pay anybody money. So it's just not an issue with women. All right, but black men have a sense of entitlement, and it's normally related to the fact that they think have high levels of sexual prowess. So they believe that they should not have to pay if the woman enjoyed the sex. Okay, if the woman enjoyed the sex, they shouldn't have to pay because it's a mutual exchange. which I'm in agreement to an extent. But knowing women the way I know them, that's not how they think. All right. And that's important when we talk about consent that we're going to talk about later. That's how you think. I'll agree with you, but let's see how women think. Now, how women think will land your ass in jail. Now, because I agree and you agree, that won't put us in jail. Right? But how women think, that'll put them in jail. But black men don't like to pay for anything. In fact, black men's favorite word is hook up. Hook me up. So black men have a adverse reaction to paying for anything. All right, housing, cars, clothes, any of these things, unless it's expensive and they'll tell you that they paid for it. All right, so, but yeah, you guys got to understand when we talk about consent, I have a lot of people that I have been alarmed with. So I do say, since I have a very large male audience, it is up to me to give you guys a thorough breakdown of consent. Because I see a lot of y'all fixing to go to jail. Okay. Lots of y'all men fixing to go to jail based on the stuff that I heard grown men saying. I've heard grown men saying the woman asked for this. I'm like, wow. She asked for it and she's an OnlyFans girl. So what anything goes. I'm just going to be here to tell you, tune in tonight. That is false. That's hella false. That is not true. All right. What you're saying and reporting to your audience is irresponsible. Just because she said it in a text message and just because she's an OnlyFans girl does not mean you get to do whatever you want with her. Even if she says yes or no. Even if she says abuse me, 2 seconds later, she says don't abuse me no more. That counts. That's the end of the abuse. But anyway, I've heard grown-ass men say that in their videos. Well, anyway, she asked for it and she's an OnlyFans girl. That is not an excuse to violate anybody. All right, so you guys better really get a lesson on this consent thing because a lot of y'all fixing to get hemmed up, especially with modern women. Gen Z women have been highly educated to protect themselves. Highly educated. And you know what men have been educated? They've been educated that women ain't special. Right? That's how you've been educated, by the red pill and the greater group of men, rappers, and all of these things. Women ain't shit anyway. She a dirty skeezer whore. I'm like, okay, y'all about to get fucked out here. So we don't want y'all to be in trouble. But let's get on to Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Niggas gonna be like, CGA simping. All right, I'm simping, so I don't want you to go to jail. Okay. All right, I'll go to jail then. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we have a woman that says she understands men that trick on females. Right there, she is right there. And of course, it's a large black woman. All right, Pinky the rapper, not sure who this is. She apologizes to all the men that be spending all days and nights on dates for their future baby mama.
If that's what it's like to be a man, I will really apologize to you niggas because I bought 3 things and I spent $100 on a double shot, 2 double shots and some motherfucking Moscato. Because now I see why y'all be wanting coochie on them motherfucking dates. I feel y'all now, like, but it's okay, because one thing about it, the shit that we need, thank you. Because one thing about it, I don't even be tripping, because for my motherfucking bitches, I'm just gonna pay for it, but I see why y'all niggas be feeling some type of way.
Is this the fat woman that couldn't get in the Uber or the Lyft? All right, this seems like it's the same woman, but I'm not sure because she is certainly waddling down the street down here. All right, she's all out of breath and winded. Big ass mouth. Look at that, bruh. Look at that, bruh. Do you have enough to stick in that mouth? Look at that fat ass tongue. I mean, I can't even, some of y'all ain't got enough to fit in that mouth. All right, and she probably got that sloppy wet shit. She got that sloppy.
It's barbecue in there.
All right, she definitely got a sloppy mouth. All right, and people be in there using that mouth. All right, but this is actually true here. Women are having to spend their own money. And then, of course, she says, I can see why ninjas want pussy at the end of the day. All right. So, again, all men pay. All men pay. So, yeah, she's like, I could see why dudes be in their feelings taking girls out for drinks and a couple of Moscatos and a couple of whatever she even said there. All right. Whatever she was talking about, you know, brunch and lunch. I guess she took her girls out and she done paid for all of that and she ain't going to get no punani. Yeah. That's an interesting message there of, again, all men pay. So if you, even if you're a normie guy and you're not paying directly for it, she's saying paying indirectly for it is just as bad. All right. She's like, wow, that's terrible.
If that's what it's like to be a man, I will really apologize to you niggas. Because
yeah, you niggas. Oh, right.
I bought 3 things and I spent $100 on a double.
All right, and so you hear the strag in the back. Don't apologize to these niggas. So again, they don't really care about you, but she's trying to at least be sympathetic with her big backed ass right here. All right, the other girls like, don't apologize to these niggas, aka the usury is in. So you guys see that they're not as sympathetic in the back.
Shots, 2 double shots and some motherfucking Moscato because. Now I see why y'all be wanting coochie on them motherfucking dates.
Yeah, I see y'all want coochie. Again, a lot of men have said that they don't pay, but then after they do this once or twice, they feel like they deserve coochie back, right? And they'll say like, hey, I paid for a couple of dates. I should get that coochie, right? So I'm like, isn't that paying for sex? You just paid indirectly for it. You just admitted to paying for sex, right? You're admitting that you did that for the express purposes of getting sex back. And that you're owed it. You're entitled to the sex back. It's not a loss. So you're spending money on women, not just enjoying their company. All right, you're doing it to get sex back. You're building up a pot of sex points by spending drinks, buying drinks and dinner. All right, so there she is right there. I see why you guys want sex at the end of the day after buying a couple of girls' drinks.
I feel y'all now. Like, but it's okay, because one thing about it, the shit that we need, thank you. Because one thing about it, I don't even be tripping, because for my motherfucking bitches, I'm just going to pay for it. But yeah, I see why y'all niggas be feeling some type of way.
Feeling some type of way. And yikes, look at this. Who's like this? What city is that? All right, I do see that she does have a doppelganger out here. All right, let me see something. Her doppelganger is here. Let's see here. We do have a doppelganger. We're going to do a side-by-side of this real quick. And this is another CGA-ism. If you heard it from somebody else, believe me, they heard it from me first. All right. Don't lie to me. Doppelganger time. All right. Doppelganger time. We're going to put it up here. All right. Here we go right here. What do you think? Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think right here? All right. Yes, I do see it. All right. Mr. Snuffle up in his eyelashes. I know people were saying that after me, but yeah, this is me in 2019 saying it. We do see a little similarities here. Right there. Snuffy is here. It's not Miss Piggy. It's Snuffy. All right. That's definitely what it is. All right. I got it. I got it. All right. Yes, indeed. Snuffy is all your best friends. All right. There we go right there. Anybody? Just me.
Oh, the humanity.
Just me. I know. I see a big resemblance there. All right. Definitely a resemblance there. All right. What do we got next? Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Female reporters are funny. Let me see if I can refresh this screen here and get this thing frozen here. Okay. Where is it? There it is right there. All right. So apparently this female reporter that you're going to see on your screen says some outlandish ish and triggers the men. But of course, if the men said this, they would have a meeting in the human resources office. And apparently it's where Blue Data work. Did you get the memo? Okay, here we go.
I was choking on a banana a couple of years ago. Remember I told you? I kid you not. Captain Awesome saved my life. Seriously. All right. I was choking on a banana a couple of years ago. Remember I told you? I kid you not. Captain Awesome saved my life.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
Hey, ma'am, it's not the time.
Hey, yo, chill.
Hey, ladies.
Hey, yo.
This is why I say we were not designed to work together. I don't know who pushed this together, the Karl Marxists, the cultural Marxists, making men and women work together, we just were not meant to work together. I'm old school. Because if I said that to you, I bet you choked on some bananas, I'd be in the human resources office. Okay, but we supposed to let that shit pass by. They were sniggling and giggling at me, all right? And they're always taking things out of context. This is why I think men and women should be separate. I know I'm an extremist, all right? But I just don't think that we are suitable mates to work together. We're not even suitable to mate together, all right? We can't even stand each other other than if we're trying to have sex and make the other person feel like, okay, I'm spending time with you type shit. All right, but this is out of pocket. Look at the dudes here. Oh, they sexually harassed me. Ma'am, you sexually harassed them. You know you should. Listen, ma'am, ladies, this is out of pocket commentary. This is inappropriate commentary by her. All right, and look at the dudes here sniggling. Come on, man.
Seriously.
All right.
Look, and she's like, "Oh, these guys' mine are in the gutter. This is terrible, bro."
I was choking on a banana a couple of years ago. Remember I told you?
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
Oh my goodness, man. These people, yeah, she should be fined and suspended for this sexual harassment. And look at the dude, poor guy.
I kid you not.
No.
Captain Awesome saved my life.
Oh man, this woman is a disgrace. All right, ladies, wise up. We always tell you about female comedians. It's an oxymoron. There's no such thing as a female and a comedian at the same time. They're separately there too. All right, choking on a banana. All right, we got this woman out here. Sounds like a Brazilian. But this Brazilian woman has something to say about where she likes. Well, I'll let her do it since it's a family show.
Where do you like him to finish?
Oh, in my face. I love white Christmas, white rain, white showers, white everything. I'm like, yeah, baby, yeah. Because honestly, it's fine that you like to come inside and blah, blah, blah. But for me, like I really want to, in my face. For me, my face is disrespect, you know? And I don't want to be respected in bed. So I want to be disrespected. Put that shit in my face. Show me and tell me, you see, this is what you're not going to get. I'm going to shower you. Get it.
Oh.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
Oh, my goodness, man.
Oh, that's nasty.
It's not nasty, but as you guys see, there's a thin line between domestic violence and pleasure for women. There's a thin line between women who want to be dominated and grape charges.
I like to get dominated.
All right, see, this is the thing that we're going to talk about tonight on our consent stream, because there are women like this. Like, women naturally look at things from a sexual submissive position. So this is the problem with consent. This is the problem with it, because women can be nasty like this and they want to be dominated. They'll tell you, I want to be powered, I want to be choked, I want to be dominated, spanked, slapped, disrespected, humiliated, even to some lengths. Not all women will like that. Not all women like that, but there are some women that like this. And typically you try to categorize them. Well, the hoes do. Well, there's some good girls that like this too. All right, there's some girls that you would think they're schoolgirls. They like this too. This is just natural. Like, it's natural for men to want to dominate. It's natural for men. It's not natural for men to want to be submissive in the bedroom. But there are some men that want to be submissive. It's unnatural for men to want to be cucks, to sit in a cuck chair. So we look at these people as weird, but it's somewhat natural for a woman to want to be picked up and kind of tossed around and pulled hair and spanked on the ass and nutted on their face and so forth and so on, like this right here. And she has no problem with telling you that. And she's got a whole bunch of names. Oh boy. That's somebody's daughter right here. Right? That's somebody's daughter. Yeah.
It is your glazed. No, mentiras.
Where do you like him to finish?
Oh, in my face.
Oh my goodness. Give me that.
Oh, the humanity.
Give me that target. I got you. In the face. In the face. All right. Who wants target practice right here? Yep. They'll say things like, use me, make me feel used. All right. This is kind of a natural position for them to want right here. But a lot of women can't vocalize it because you ninjas will crash out on them. But anybody? Anybody? Don't do it now. Not on the screen, guys. Not on the goddamn screen. You guys are disgusting.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
She said on the face. All right. Yeah, she wanted it.
I love white Christmas, white rain, white showers.
Oh, white rain.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right. Sounds Brazilian to me. I can't tell where she's from, but I might be having it wrong. Could be South America for sure, though. But anybody, I'll put it on her face. All right, on the face. Last one. We have a liberal woman from New York University. Shout out to New York University. Home of the sugar baby, if you guys didn't know, one of the biggest sugar baby universities in the world. All right, but we have a sister with a septum ring, so you already know this is an L. Progressive liberal, L. All right, let's see what this woman has to say about her and her roommate. Because, a lot of times we have issues as men with women and we think it's us. We take it personal. We take the bitter with the sweet. We think that what women do to us is personal. And I've always told you, your ego is not your amigo. You need to remove your ego from women to understand it ain't you. They kind of do this shit to everybody, even other women. In fact, domestic violence and divorce amongst lesbian women is way higher than heterosexual couples. He figured that out a long time ago. But the world's just now figuring this out. So listen to what this woman is experiencing with her female roommate. It's about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and it's despicable. All right, so let's go ahead and play it.
She needed to be more quiet in general on the phone. This is the text message that I sent to her on Friday at 7 p.m. In this message, I said, can you please be quiet? Quieter, you can read the message yourself. I didn't think this caused any problems. I texted her that. I got no response. So I'm thinking that she understands where I'm coming from and everything is fine. I was wrong. At 5:26 in the morning, I wake up to my roommate squatting over my face, my arm, and my bedding, and she's pissing directly on me. It's all over my sheets. It's all over my bedding. I say, what the fuck are you doing? Or something along that lines. I don't remember exactly what I said in the moment. She looks at me and she goes, oh, sorry. Like she wasn't expecting me to wake up. I was so utterly disgusted and I did not know what to do. So I took all of my bedding off of my bed and even it was down to the mattress. The mattress was soaked in piss. My mattress topper was soaked in piss. Everything was. I took all of my bedding off one by one. I realized that my mattress was soaked. So I go to the bathroom. I start to realize how traumatizing this was, how bad this was in the moment, and I didn't know what. I was just trying to keep myself calm because I knew that I couldn't do anything too bad in this situation.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way. All right, so in this case, she got Amber Hearded. All right, she got Amber Hearded, except it wasn't Dookie, it was piss. All right, now, none of us have ever got pissed on. Well, I've never will admit to getting pissed on by a woman. Maybe you would. I've never got pissed on by a woman. But we think that they're doing stuff to us because we're men. Well, in cases they are. But guys, when you realize that women do crazy shit to other women, you will realize that it's not you. It has nothing to do with you. It has something to do with the traumatic person that you're dealing with here. And she's dealing with it. Now, notice what she says for the consent stream later. Notice what she says. She's trying to de-escalate. She didn't know what to do. She went to the bathroom, all right? She didn't immediately say, stop pissing on me, right? She didn't immediately say, no, I don't want to get pissed on. No golden shower for me. No, thank you. You're going to see how she handles it. And this is how typically women handle it. After the fact, they become enraged. They go through the 5 stages of grief to the point then they're pissed, anger, and then they're vengeful. Right. And now now she's airing this out to the public. I guarantee you she didn't confront directly that woman. So let's see how she handled it after getting pissed on. All right. And somebody says this is a white woman.
Where the white women at?
Probably a white woman.
I was just trying to keep myself calm because I knew that I couldn't do anything too bad in this situation. So the first thing I did was I took a rag and I washed the piss off my own bed and I put all of the fucking piss covered things in a corner in the room. So I washed it all down and then I knew that I would have to leave eventually. So I put a sheet on my bed. I laid back down. I didn't know what else to do. So I lay back down and then the moment I wake up in the morning, I start to get my shit together. I get a bag. I start packing it. I start getting ready to leave this place.
Okay, notice, gentlemen, for the consent stream, did she file a police report? Did she go down to the RA? Did she scream? Did she fight the girl? Did she put her in the suplex? Did she go yell at the girl? Did she confront the girl? No, she didn't. She actually took a shower, took the disrespect. You will be surprised at the amount of disrespect the woman will take. All right. And this is why we think we're getting over on them until they snap. All right. And so this woman's showing you that allegedly she got pissed on by a whole nother person, a whole nother woman. And she just took a shower, put the shit in the corner and went to sleep. Okay. She just went to sleep and woke up the next day angrier than a wet hornet. Now, guess what? She let the hamster wheel process it. And now she ran it past 2 or 3 people, and now she got instructions of what to do. All right? No police report. So when people say, why didn't she file a police report? All right? You will find that women will go through massive levels of disrespect, think about it, sleep on it, have 2 conversations with 2 other people that they trust, and then react. So this is the consent part of the show tonight. She has not acted out yet. She had to let it sink. She had to let that piss sink in.
So after that, I leave and I go to another person's dorm, one of my very close friends. I call campus security and I tell them what happened. I report this situation. I visit another dorm on campus. Yep. And as I'm there, they tell me to go to the campus security desk and talk to them. So
she has to be told. She has to be told to go to campus security. She had to go to another person's dorm room, tell them what happened, and then they had to tell her to go. So it's not as simple as you guys think. Okay, that they're just going to go report issues of disrespect between women and women or men and women. All right, very rarely does that happen because they don't know if that's a financial. But also, what's happening is she's not telling the part of the story where she was culpable, right? So she had some participation in this. So this is what prevents people from going directly to the police. They're like, oh shit, I'm an OnlyFans girl. I'm a prostitute. I asked for the abuse. So they don't know how to portray themselves only as the victim. So that's why they don't go. She had to go to 2 separate people and have a powwow and get it off her chest and go to her therapist. And they were like, why didn't you go to security? Oh yeah, okay, I'll do that.
I talk to another CSO, which is a campus security officer. He then calls the police, and then another security campus officer talks to me. I explain the situation. I'm explaining how I don't feel safe going back there, and they are just like, okay, we understand, right? So then I talk to someone from Red Life, and I'm like, this is what's happening. I don't know what the fuck is going on. This happened to me. What are we going to do?
And what are we going to do? What are we going to do? All right. And she has no ability to do anything on her own. And this is the kind of the plight of women. So men have to understand this going in. She doesn't feel like she has anything. She can do anything about it. That's why they then go to the extreme later on. All right. And then they file all these cases and you're like, what's going on? I thought we were cool and you don't went to sleep. All right. You didn't piss on her, but you might have came on her face. And she might say, hey, I didn't agree to get cum on my face. Cooked, guys, that just like that. All right. So anyway, that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
All right, man, boy, I'm the teacher. I'm the teacher, guys. I'm the teacher. And by the way, according to her, the police didn't do much either. So this issue of why didn't they go to the police? As you can see, the police were like, the other thing she's leaving out is they probably were Lily Lint lickers. All right. So that's another part of it. All right. They probably were Lily Lint lickers. They probably had a sexual arrangement. They probably were more than just roommates, judging from that septum ring. So there is something there. And she's not telling the whole part of the story. She's just saying, hey, I told her to turn down the music. They probably were Lily Lint lickers and the girl brought in another girl or another dude. And she was in her feelings. And she probably crashed out and raged out on her before the text messages. And then boom. All right. So there's more to the story than that, which is often the case. And this is why it becomes more complicated after the fact. All right. But anyway, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. I'm the teacher here teaching y'all ninjas to really keep your guard up. Keep your guard up out here. And yeah, drugs, alcohol, late night stuff, drugs and alcohol. There's probably some stuff there. And that people leave out of the conversation is quite complex. Macaroni Tony, I see you got your voice back. He says, reminds me of the time you were cutting that reference track for Club Nouveau. He says, rest in T works every time. Shout out to you. I'm trying to. My voice, I can see it's getting a little bit more grovelly as I continue this stream, but we'll power through it. We got Blue Baggin says they 100% met on Seeking. All right, that could be highly possible. But I have another theory of how they met. J Flo says the wife had a great idea to get a new puppy. Like, I need more to do around the crib. Now I'm feeding 3 females and cleaning up more dookie. Good to see you back at a hundo. Coach Gang, shout out to you. A very similar thing. Women that have older kids, what they'll do is or the kids are empty nesters, they'll get another pet. All right, so be wary and cautious about that. And younger women do this too. For some reason, they think they're fucking veterinarians in rescue areas, and they'll start rescuing animals and feeding them. This is this misdirected female nurturing that women have, and they will try to deny it in their feminist mindset, but they're nurturers. They're more nurturing in the sense of they want to nurture babies. All right, so they'll nurture puppies and kittens, and when they get older and they become an empty nester, they want something to control. So they'll get a puppy, and all of a sudden you thought you didn't have any responsibility and you could sleep in. But now as a husband, you're waking up at 6:30 to feed the dog that she got. And now everywhere you go, she's going to push this dog in the stroller and now give you the leash to walk the dog. And it's a little piece of shit dog. Well, I won't say piece of shit dog. It's a little dog. All right. And now you're an old ass man, 50, 60, 70 years old, walking some little ass dog. So watch out for this. Yeah, chickens. Women will always want to be nurturing something. All right, Pookies. They also nurture Pookies too. So people want to know why they want to be with Pookies. That's misdirected female nurturing. They think they could change the Pookie and make the Pookie grow up and, give him a bank account. Teach the Pookie how to get his first bank account. How to balance his first checkbook. So women always are nurturing, want to nurture something. And Pookies are things that they can nurture. All right, and see him and maybe he can pull his pants up one day. So I was with this girl. Anyway, JUCO story quick. I was with this girl. Honors. I tell this story all the time. Honor student, Pac-12 University. She tells me one of her ex-boyfriends is in prison. Of course, this is JUCO shit, and that's why I be like, dude, just let women talk. They all do wild shit when they're young. So she was young. She messed with her ex-boyfriend in prison. What is he in prison for? Murder. I was like, oh, God. Tell me more. Tell me more. And she said it like it was nothing. Oh, yeah, I was with this guy, and he was a drug dealer and gangbanger. And then he shot this 55-year-old OG in the head. I'm like, there's something about women in between the ages of 16 to 21 and 22. Well, it's not Big 10. It's actually not ACC. They're in the Big 12. It's actually a Big 12 university now. I'm like, it was a white girl. And of course it was a nigga. I was like, bro. I'm like, well, you can no longer come back to my house. Because, of course, if this nigga get out of jail, where's her loyalty lie? I'm like, I'm telling you, women between the ages of 16 and 21 need to be studied, man. Okay? They need to be studied, man. It is crazy, the stories that I hear from these people, man. I'm like, good Lord, have mercy. Just Lord. And what it is because people want an explanation. They just say, well, it's Pookie. It's more than that. They just like danger. They like the element of the dangerous bad boy phase. They also want to nurture the Pookie. In their world, they think they can make Pookie better. Now you show up, pocket pencil protection, pencil pocket protector. You got your shit in order. You're studious. You got your little glasses. All right, you have your whole life mapped out. I'm going to do this, this, and this. I'm going to save this. You got your 401k. You got your checking account. You got your IRA. Okay, you got your whole shit. You're responsible. You got lines of credit. You got a LLC formed. You're 24 years old. You repel women away. That's just like you carrying a goddamn can of Raid. You are repelling women away. Women don't want to see that. Why? Because at that age, you're number one, not dangerous. You're not interesting, and they cannot nurture you. They ain't trying to learn from no 24-year-old square peg. All right, they'll learn from a 55-year-old square peg. All right, they'll learn from him because they can actually learn something. But you repel bitches. So at that point in their life, they going for the pookie. All right, pookie. Oh, no. Because the pookie down here, all right, maybe I could teach him one day to have his own bank account and maybe do shit that they do. Get his driver's license renewed. Right? Maybe put some stickers on his, get his tags from expired. Bare minimum shit. But you were too much for these women. They're like, oh, that's too much. He too much. He got his life together. Right? But she can rebuild this nigga. Let me rebuild him up and get him a belt and take him shopping and shit and give him some. This one got potential over here. And guess what? Yeah, it never works. It never works out for them. Them bitches just become single mamas and, they'll get arrested and they'll be in jail. They'll get a whole case. They'll be on probation, in therapy, STI. That's normally what happens there, all right? It's kind of like, it's crazy. The resurrected simp enforcer, CGA, last week almost crashed out because my baby mama terrorist didn't pick up my daughter from school just so she could be laid up with Pookie. It was her custody week, and I had to lose money for work. She also let my 11-year-old have a boyfriend and talk OTP. I'm not sure. Talk OTP? Am I tripping, coach? Yes, you are. Good to see you again. Yeah, they'll get abused. They'll get beat up, right? Traumatized, sexually assaulted, pimped, right? The Pookie pimper. And then they'll be like, these niggas ain't shit. Marcel says, I joined the money mindset. It's definitely beneficial to see like-minded individuals going in the same direction you are headed. Salute to you guys. It's time to boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
All right, the best thing about money mindset is we don't get distracted by losers. Yes, indeed. Somebody said on the phone. Oh, the phone. That's OTP. She has a boyfriend on the phone. Shout out to you Gen Zers out here. YouTube says the student loan mess is about to put people under. He says they'll be stuck in permanent underclass. If you don't make over 150K, you'll be forced to get under a man. Ring the bell. Remember I said this, right? I said 100K ain't gonna cut it. And ninjas is crashing out. Now, look at the student loan situation alone. You're gonna need 100K. If you're getting student loan, 15% of your income garnished over 10, 15 years, yeah, you're going to need 100K, bro. The minimum student loan, the average student loan payment, I believe, is $500 a month. Average student loan payment. And I had to school men on this over on the money mindset. $500. $500. That's $500 of money that people don't have. Okay? You just go ahead and multiply that. That's $1,500 need. You have to have a $1,500 need, you're going to have $1,500 available resources to comfortably have that $500 taken out. So, yeah, because you're going to need another. Listen, we have guys that don't understand how women view the world. And I have to actually explain to a guy, a very knowledgeable guy, of how it worked. I mean, I think what happened was he wanted to go for a top-notch woman, and she priced him out. He got a little upset about this. He got in his feelings. And I said, well, look at this from this perspective. And we did the location. We pulled this up. And because I'm trying to always be level-headed to teach. And I said, if a woman wants $5,000 in allowance and she can get it, she's going to find it. Let's look at her living expenses. So we pulled up what rent is in her area. And We just said just on rent alone is $5,000. Just on rent alone, it was $5K. Then you say, okay, if rent is $5K, what is it normally? What is the normal going rate for any of these areas that have high rent when you apply for an apartment? Let's see if you guys can figure this out. So if you apply for an apartment, what is this leasing office normally going to say your income needs to be? Let's see if you can figure this out. And when you do this, you will start to think, because guys don't think, and I'm here to make you guys think. You guys think I'm out here to make y'all simp. I'm here to make y'all think. What is the standard for qualifying for any high-end rental when you're renting? Okay. You need just about 3 or 3.5 more than the actual rent. This is if you're qualifying for leasing, just leasing. They say your income should be 3 times what the rent is. If $5K is the rent, her income needs to be at $15K a month. Now do the math, okay? Do the math from there, and that's minimum what the income should be. That's minimum. That is the least amount. 3 times is the least amount. So they would love it if you have 4 and 5 and 6 times the rent. The least. So she needs $15,000 a month of income. Let's say in the sugar daddy world that a lot of you guys aren't prepared for, and yes, this is the show. You're giving her $5K. You're only covering the rent. She needs $10,000 more of income, minimum. And if it's a woman, and if it's in Miami, she need all of it. Because she got to go get weed, edibles, trips, vacation, Shein, Temu, dresses, heels, implants, BBL, color contacts, hair extension braids, tanner, personal trainer, dog food. So when people hair, nails, esthetician, she need the Zoe shit. She need the
hair, makeup, esthetician, facials, vagina waxing, everything. That is all independent.
Food, utilities, grocery, insurance, retirement savings, lip filler. Come on, bruh. Lashes, edibles. Bruh. Men aren't thinking. It just shows me men aren't thinking. You're not putting Coke. Young J, she need coca, 2C, ketamines. You know she gonna coke. Right? You know she gonna need the coca. Pilates, yoga, Lululemon, Gucci, Fendi, Prada, Louis, cell phone, cameras for OnlyFans. Men don't think, because what you're doing is you're attaching your ego. Therapy, head meds, you're attaching your ego to them. What men need to do is look from outside and in and go, this wasn't about you. It wasn't a personal attack on you. She has her own needs. She has her own lifestyle. Now you're going to say, well, she don't need all that. Okay, you don't need her then. Leave her the fuck alone. And you're priced out. Move on with life. It wasn't about you, bruh. It's about her and what she needs. That it had nothing to do with you. Dude, we didn't even get the car payment, tires. We didn't even get any of this. Starbucks trips. You would be amazed at these women, how they can spend. Not all women, but a lot of women can just spend. They be at Starbucks ordering special drinks. You ever go to Starbucks with a woman and she start ordering a drink? Like, bitch, you been here before? She'd be like, and put a little extra of this and put a little extra of that, sprinkle some cinnamon and give me a third of this and a quarter of that. You'd be like, bitch, do you live here? Do you live here? Yep, Victoria's Secret bras, do people implants, titty lift, tummy tuck, lip filler, cheek filler, hair dye, cut and color, Women are not cheap. So you as a guy, men, I want you to listen to me. Remove your ego from women. You're going to then look at them and go, okay, now I know who to deal with and who not to deal with. But you're trying to put your expectations of living on them. If you're in high rent district, forget about it. All right. You're not going to talk these women off the ledge. You should live more practical and responsible. Ain't going to happen. All right. It ain't going to happen. Then you want to dictate how they should spend their money. Ain't going to happen. They need furniture and all kind of shit. Neon signs and lights for their house and apartment. Let them handle that shit, bro. And lease. And if you can't afford it, you can't afford it. All right, you can't afford it, can't afford it. But I think a lot of guys in this space need to really get a reality check of what it is, what you're dealing with. Especially women that think they're attractive, women that want to be attractive, and highly attractive women. Can't afford them. He says, I disagree. Men do think smart men aren't paying for these stupid women. Smart men aspire to be Warren Buffett, not Walter Fresh. Listen, he says, temporary rich, probably broke in 10 years. Listen, you're fighting a battle. You're not disagreeing with me. You're saying you're going to go for cheap women. Go ahead. I'm saying the same thing. If you can't deal with a woman like that, don't deal with her. So we agree. You're disagreeing. You're trying to put Warren Buffett on women in Miami. Brothers, you're trying to put Warren Buffett mindset on women in Miami, Los Angeles, New York. This is where I tell you, men, you're wasting your time. Let them go. If you can't deal with them, let it go. Them bitches ain't never going to be Warren Buffett. So if you can't afford them, leave them alone. That's my point. It's my point. They ain't never going to think like Warren Buffett. Ever, bruh. Ever in your fucking life. So now you're mad she won't deal with you. You're the one wanted to deal with her. Ain't never going to happen. Leave it alone. Right here. Anyway, if you want bitches that want to wear no fingernail polish and no toenail polish, go to Cheyenne, Wyoming, and play your lane. Play your lane. Stay in your lane. Shout out to Mad Trillion. Stay in your lane. She's out of your lane. She's out of your speed. She's not your speed. She's not your temp. Leave them women alone, bruh. Go to women in Cheyenne, Wyoming. You could clean up. And them bitches ain't thinking about Warren Buffett. They thinking about a $180,000 house. And you'll have 8 months of winter. Okay, so stay in your lane. Cody says, had a lady with $700 credit card pay the minimum for months, and she was surprised it wasn't paid off, and she was going to curse the bank out. He said, bruh, people don't know about interest. Most people are financially delusional. Blue Baggins, these people crashing out over student loans are the same women who claim that to be above men and not on their level. Isn't it ironic? Jose, social workers and teacher are the dumb college kids who flunked out of all other majors. I'm going to have to give you this is a fact. This is a fact. All right. I've been in teacher programs. I don't have respect for teachers at all. All right. You guys know this. Shout out to my teachers. I have a very low respect for teachers. Very low respect. I've been in teacher programs. I've seen these fucking idiots. I took the basic entry teaching level exam, and these fucking idiots couldn't even pass that. I passed it. All right, but they couldn't pass it. They was chewing on their fingernails. All right, and the test was called the C-Best. All right, these teachers are plumb fucking idiots, and most of them picked teaching because they couldn't do nothing else above that. Above that, they couldn't do any goddamn thing else. They couldn't figure out anything to do. They got through 3.5 years worth of college, and they was like, fuck it, I'll be a teacher. Right? They never intended to be a teacher. They just had no other choice. And you'll know this because if you look at, let me just say this here, and this is the show, but I need you to hit the like button on this information. I need you to hit the like button on this information. This will prove to you why teachers are, in fact, not smart. Because if you take any major that is considered STEAM or STEM, inevitably, those people will almost never take a teaching job. That is beneath them. Why? Because they're studying high-level shit. So a math major looking at a teaching job is crazy. Because they're like, what? I study all this goddamn math? I'll be damned if I take this shit and become a teacher. All right, I'm going to be an accountant, $250 a year. I'm not going to make $49,000 a year. Fuck that. All right, I know too much goddamn math. So anything related to STEM, biology, high levels of science, medical, them niggas don't never become a teacher. All right, but who becomes teachers? PE, kinesiology, sociology, English, history. These niggas, because that, what else you going to become? A professor? What else you going to do with that degree? But teach. All right, so that is the point. That is the point. Anybody that's in STEAM or STEM ain't ever gonna fucking go teach. All right, it's very rare that they're gonna be able to pull them over to teaching. Very rare. They're gonna go way above that because the potential for them to earn with that high level education is so high, it would be completely beneath them to go straight into teaching unless they just wanted to. And I'm going to tell you, I was worked in schools. You know how hard it was for them to find math and biology teachers? It was this hard. I have a kinesiology degree with 18 credit hours of biology, which I sucked at. They were going to let me teach as the head coach of the varsity basketball team. They were going to let me teach biology in several school districts, several. And I was like, I don't know shit about biology, bro. It took me two semesters to pass one biology class, but they were going to let me teach biology to private school. A couple of private schools were like, yeah, we could give you biology. One of the reasons why is because PE teachers tend to stay long because it's an easy job. So they'll stay 40 years teaching PE. It's hard to get a PE job because my degree is in kinesiology, but so you're eventually going to teach physical education, but it's hard to get that. Like the coaches will teach physical education, they'll retire from coaching and keep the physical education job. So those are hard jobs to get. But they were going to make me teach biology. They were like, yeah, you can teach 4 periods of biology, have your basketball class, your team class, and then an open period. I was like, nigga, what? I was like, biology? Oh my God. You mean I got to learn this shit? So I was going to learn it to teach high school kids, because they cannot get biology majors to teach biology in high school. It's impossible for them to grab people. That's the point. Anyway, enough about that. Let me do one more, and I'm going to get back on to crime and law CGA. Jim from Denver, welcome back, coach. Read an article over the weekend about Coachella becoming a luxury for trust fund babies and influencer. While the normies are offered payment plans, buy now, pay later, you are 100% correct, being priced out of everything. He says this is the reality for most entertainment today. Yeah, so the people are using Klarna and they're trying to become influencers. They think if they become influencers, then they'll build an audience, and then that will pay for them to get entry into these places. But let me just tell you, I have been part of these events, and the people who have an audience get VIP. So even if you were not an influencer and you thought you were going to become an influencer, where you're not going to get good seats or good premium seats to these places. And yeah, it's bad out here. People are getting priced out of life. But Coachella doesn't have a great reputation at this point. All right. But again, people are getting priced out of life. Crime and law. Let's get into it right here. The normie gulag. Crime and law CGA. We got one crime story here. And this is a story of a woman. Yes, a woman. This woman right here. There she is.
Where the white women at?
We're going to call her Crystal Metheny and her 2 babies. A Cobb County man is in jail on charges of attempted kidnapping. His attorney says surveillance video shows that he never tried to take the child, but instead was trying to help the mother. Well, this mother accuses a man, false allegation, of trying to steal her children. All right. And of course, it's a white woman out here, and she called the police right away.
Where the white women at?
All right, so for the people that say, why didn't she file a police report? Well, she did. All right, so let's give you the story here about this. And we do have, let me see here. This is the story right here. Video evidence proves woman framed a man for trying to kidnap her kids. All right, so whatever was going through her mind, and you could tell it was starting and plotting, she was up to no good already. But let's take you to the story here.
The shopper in this video is accused of a terrible crime, snatching a little boy at Walmart. The mother's accusation was disturbing.
Did someone try to take you from mommy? Yeah.
Caroline Miller says it started when the shopper asked where he could find Tylenol at a Walmart in Atlanta.
It's over there. And as soon as I did that, that's when he just picked him up out of my arms.
What followed, she said, was a tug of war over the kid. She called 911.
I was in the Walmart and I had to rip my baby out of some other man's hands because he was trying to snatch him.
Someone trying to snatch your baby?
Yes.
56-year-old Mahendra Patel was charged with kidnapping and simple assault. But this newly released surveillance tape appears to paint an entirely different picture, showing Patel asking Miller about the Tylenol. And you can see her pointing toward the drug aisle.
What is going on there? Because that is the point where she is alleging he was trying to grab her son and she was pulling him back.
Her children are sort of hanging off of this cart, and you see Mr. Patel almost lean in to help. And then moments later, literally split seconds later, she starts to rise to point out the Tylenol. Then within 1 or 2 seconds after that, you see her in a screen laughing with another gentleman.
Let me stop it right here. So she's driving around in a cart already. And this looks to be 8:30 p.m. This is very much a slow time in Walmart. It's Walmart too. And we're talking about Cobb County, Georgia. The biggest pieces of trailer park trash you'll ever meet. All right, but anyway, that's nonetheless. You can see her up here up to no good flirting with another guy. And she looks Looney Tunes, man. This woman looks off her rocker. All right, and she definitely is an older mother. She's well in her 40s with these two. Well, I won't talk about her kids, but yeah. The kids look like they got that ism. All right, so you can see her in a cart. Why is she in a cart, bruh? She looks able-bodied to me. All right, but the Xanax and wine is hitting.
The tape shows that minutes after she claimed he tried to kidnap her son, there was a subsequent encounter where Patel shows the woman he found the Tylenol. He then checks out, stops to talk to an employee, then leaves.
I think it's crystal clear from the video. You can see that there's no assaulting conduct. You can see there's no battery. You can see he doesn't actually take the child from the mother.
All right. And so there's the woman here. There it is right there. Patel. All right. Patel did not come to this country to sacrifice his life for a white woman and throw him in jail. All right. But crime and law. I don't know what happened to her, what kind of allegation she got, but he got a damn charge. And there's his mugshot right there. Sad to see. He was just going to get some Tylenol to cure his headache and got a damn criminal charge from a false alligator. Oh, my goodness. All right, a Looney Tunes false alligator. So she did call the police in that case. When people say, why didn't she file a police report? Well, she did. And the nigga went to jail. And there she is right there. She definitely is an older white woman. And where the
white women at?
One thing about older white women is that they mind go bad real fast. All right. They mind go bad real fast. Like they turn into like a regressed child. All right. So they become like an adult. Right. They're super adult and they come out and they're like, I know what I'm doing. And they want to be CEO by 32. And then if it doesn't happen and they have a couple of babies, they experience postpartum depression and they could go into some regression mentally. Like they could go into some mental regression. And then, you know what I mean? That's, but people knew this a long time ago. The mistress on the slave plantation, she was like a child, right? And then most of it, people say was related to age, but it was related to regression. All right. So you definitely see some mental instability in her eyes. Look at them eyes. All right. She gone. Crickets in there. Hamster wheel. And yeah, it could be the coca, the 2C. She could have a relapse, the PCP getting, some of these drugs stay in their system long term. And the party lifestyle catch up to these crystal methanies. And can you see these soggy? Never mind. I'm not going to talk about that. And where's all this forehead? What's all in here, bro? What's all in here? Mastermind in there. Megamind in the forehead. But sometimes with white women, they regress, all right, and they go into mental instability. And even, look, listen, people are thinking I'm talking shit about them. But if you look at the data, they all experience this. They'll go into some postpartum depression, mental regression, mental instability. They'll have some trauma. The drug life will catch up to their ass. And then all of a sudden you with them and they 34, 40, and they crash out. Now all of a sudden they on your hands. All right, and they're making adult decisions. And all of a sudden they crashing your helicopter into the goddamn airline. You know what I mean? Just like that. And then you all just new world order. I'm not gonna listen to you. And then they get on alcoholism, you know what I mean? Maybe they take some head meds and now you screwed. All right. Now you got a helicopter crashing into your airline. All right, anyway. Let's get into it. Rate your Rizz. That was Crime and Law CGA. We got Rate Your Rizz. Yeah, the main event's coming up. You know, if you're new to my show, this is the fucking show. The best entertainment here on YouTube. Do me a favor. Hit that Mickey Ficky like button. The main event's towards the end of the show. We got a great show for you today as I return back from the dead. CGA, the resurrection of CGA. Uh-oh. New. All right, I'm going to piss some people off. It's been 3 days. CGA returns back. The resurrection of CGA. New world order. Christians don't like that. All right, they're like, blasphemy. You're the devil. Rate your Rizz. We got 6'8" the Great. All right, a lot of people be like, but Coach, 6'8" the Great doesn't have to pay. All right, and I'm like, are you 6'8" the Great? You're not 6'8" the Great. All right, but we got 6'8" the Great back on our show. We're going to see women choosing. Women choosing. Easter CGA, just in time for Easter. New. The King of Kings have returned. 6'8" the Great. What it's like to have women choose on you.
Exactly. You have Instagram?
Nah.
Are you lying?
I don't really show people on social media. I kind of want you to know me from me first.
So you got a girl on your social media?
Nah.
If I find that social media and I find a girl, I'm gonna find where you live next and I'll flip your house.
You might find a lot of girls.
A lot of girls? It's the wrong thing to say to a Latina.
I know, but I'm honest.
All right, what you're seeing is King 6'8" the Great. We use his videos from time to time to see what it's like for women choosing. There's a woman, a Latina, choosing, and she's trying to stake her claim, like a lot of women do. They just assume that you had nothing else going on, and she's like, "Oh, okay, all right." Saying a lot, I have a lot of women is not good to say to a Latina. I mean, who cares about? Bitch, you don't tell me what to do. You just a regular Latina, all right? But she over here approaching 6'8" the Great, all right? Telling me that you have a lot of women is not a thing you say, all right? Damn, these bitches be bossy.
Now I got to cut you.
Now, watch this, gentlemen. Watch the hypocrisy. You want to see hypocrisy? Listen to what happens next to 6'8" the Great, who already just honestly told this woman, bitch, get in line. Get in line. All right, so watch this hypocrisy right here.
I'll be lying to you if I told you you was the only girl. Right? I'll be lying to you.
I've been lying to you if I said you're the only guy.
And I'm okay with that.
Now, it was a little bit muffled, but now, oddly enough, now she wants to try to pull the fact that she has multiple guys, competition anxiety. She didn't like the fact that he said, hey, I'm honest with you. You're not going to be the only one, which is fair game. I love that. I don't like people working around that system. Well, she tries to rub that back. I'll be lying if you tell, if I got other hoes too. He like, okay, go ahead. Keep them hoes. All right. I'm still going to fuck. All right. You down? So you seeing what's happening here. She's still going to be the victim at the end of this, right? He was cheating on me. He had all these other hoes. When she tried to play his game, and she cannot. He has leverage. He has leverage. He's in demand. He has status. And he also is 6'8", all right, according to the internets. That's his shoot height. But of course, that doesn't stop her from choosing and her friend either. Here we go.
How you guys doing? I'm good. How was your weekend?
It was pretty good. Tonight's definitely the best night though. Because I met you. Not playing. I said because I met you. I like that you're tall as fuck.
Yeah?
Because I'm pretty tall for a Hispanic girl. Usually when I wear my high heels, like all the girls are shorter than me and I'm eye level with every single man. You're actually someone I have to look up to, so I respect that.
All right. And now, Coach, I want genuine burning desire. Coach, I want genuine burning desire out here. Gentlemen, you ain't him, bruh. So she got in line and said, hey, I got a lot of hoes. She tried to play competition anxiety. He was like, I'm fine with that, baby. Do what you do out here. Guess what? She's still choosing. Now, for guys that say they want women to choose, women should just choose. They should be up front. They shouldn't give us choosing signals. They should just tell us how it is. There you go right there. That's what happens.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
That's what happens when you, as men, want to be less than a man and you want women to choose. That's what'll happen. They're going to end up choosing, and they're already doing this statistically. They're choosing the top 30, 40% of men. The top 30, 40% get chosen. The rest of y'all niggas discarded. So if you're waiting for women to pick up on you and give you choosing signals and tell you how it is, y'all going to be waiting like a motherfucker. All right, you're going to be waiting for leftovers. Right? That's what you're going to be waiting. And meanwhile, she out here choosing. Does she think that no other women seen this big ass nigga? Nope. She knows, but she's like, I only care about me. I'm a tall Latina, so I like that you're tall. All right, here. All right. I like that you're tall. All right, so here it is right there. Hold on, man. Hey, man, never come to my channel and disrespect me, bro. You can disagree with me, but, bro, you call me out of my name? Come on, bro. We don't do that around here. I'm See God Allah. All right, but nice to have you here. But here you go, man. Choosing. We know that they're intentional target. By the way, just look at the birth rate. Just look at the amount of men that are having babies, who's having babies and who's not. It doesn't matter about monogamy. It doesn't matter about these things. Status, money, whatever you guys want to give it up, chalk it up to. Women will choose only from the best. Later on, they'll choose from the leftovers, the scraps. Are you the scraps?
And that's you.
Are you the scraps? Okay, just remember that. Rate his Rizz, though. Rate his Rizz on this one. By the way, another thing that I tell you about, shout out to our brother here. Fresh just said he pulls girls just chilling. Exactly. And I was just about to make that point. What turns women on is that he's not easy. All right. He's someone indifferent. When I start doing my IRL streams, I'm going to try to exhibit this because I know y'all like crash out niggas and niggas that debate feminists and men that tell OnlyFans girls they're whores. I'm here to tell you, they know they're whores. They have to deal with this every night. Okay. Telling them this does not improve anything. It just helps red pill ragers. Only red pill ragers seem to celebrate this. I don't want to appeal to red pill ragers. Guys, indifference, being calm and chilling will have a better effect than y'all niggas running around trying to pull women being something that you're not. Okay. Now, the fact that he's 6'8" doesn't hurt. Okay. And we're not all 6'8". But he doesn't have to be out here doing all this extra shit. It would be similar if you had money or you were a status symbol or something like that. Leonardo DiCaprio is not 6'8", but he is what he is. But you're not Pookie either. You have to figure out where you are. But he probably, just knowing what I know about him and what Fresh is reporting about him, he's just chilling. And guess what? Line the fuck up. After this, after she runs through a bunch of these guys, then you're up.
And that's you.
Then you're up. Then you will tell me that she loves you for you. You got to pick a woman that likes you for you, coach. She really likes me. I'm like, really? Because 4 years ago, this was also her. 4 years ago, that was her right here. But the guy's telling you to always just be running around, cold approaching, numbers game, something. It tells me something about that individual. It tells me he's lacking in almost all areas of his life and that he has to do that. Okay, rate your Rizz. This is why they call black men the goddamn catfish of the dating marketplace. We have a granny out here. We're going to rate the Rizz of granny. All right, we got a brother here, dreadlocked it brother, and a granny.
The difference between sugar and sweet and low.
Oh,
this is sugar. This is sweet and low. You expect that of a 72-year-old white lady, did you?
Is it sweet? Is it still sweet?
Of course.
Of course. It's sweeter than sweet and low.
Yeah, you get,
we love sweet. We love sweet tea, mama. We love sweet tea. I always drink sweet tea coming up.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got some slave play here. All right.
Wrap you in.
All right.
My warm embrace.
Okay, so we got slave play here. All right, you guys talked about Shannon Sharp and his slave play. This is definitely slave play right here. This is definitely somewhere in the South. I would say Augusta, Georgia. Anybody know what these yellow license plates are? This is somewhere where, what's that woman's name? Paula Deen. This is some Paula Deen Negro shit. You know she hated you niggers, but she liked to get piped down by niggers because she made sweet tea and fried every goddamn thing. And this woman probably can kick it. She could probably throw down in the kitchen. This woman right here. She probably makes some goddamn strawberry preserved jelly. Nigga, that will knock your socks off. She could probably play some buttermilk biscuits and some sweet tea and all of that shit and give you diabetes. All right, but this woman then took many of black men to the goddamn woodshed and gave a lot of young black men mega nuts. And she probably still giving niggas nuts back then. This is old mammy on the plantation ass Negro. And look at him. He want it.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir. He want it. Apple pie be on point. Goddamn casserole, all of that shit. She can make it like a black mammy. She done learn from some black mammies out here, brother. This woman, this white woman could cook right here.
Where the white women at?
Alabama? Y'all saying Alabama? Somebody said Jersey. All right, he talking about sweet tea, so it looks humid out there, bro. I don't know what that is right there. But this nigga going. He showing teeth, too.
Me too. Okay. I'll tell you one more if you don't mind.
Yeah, tell me one more. I don't mind. We got time.
Okay, do you know what Cinderella did when she got to the balls?
What she do?
She gagged.
Oh my goodness, Ninja. She gagged on 2 balls right here. Ninja, what? All right, which one? It says take the bull. Oh my goodness. Ninja, go to sleep, Brandy. Look at this. She ain't got no teeth right here anyway, bruh.
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
Bruh, how many of y'all niggas is going? Y'all niggas She looked like the turtle without the shell. Look at Grana Nana, nasty ass woman right here. Nasty woman, bruh. All right. She going to give you all that tongue out there. She said, ride the bull. This woman out here super duper nasty, bruh. She said gagged on what, Grana? Oh my goodness. Y'all gonna be blowing her back out and her whole family gonna walk in. Nana, not again.
Oh, mama, you gotta let me take your cart back for you.
Okay, I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Look at him. Look at him. He thinking about it too. Look at his eyes. And we all know men, bro. We know our hey brothers, we know this look right here. We know this look. He's seriously thinking about hitting this Sogmeister. He's seriously thinking about hitting this Sogmeister. Look at this brother right here. Everybody know he thinking about hitting this shit. All right, right now.
Let me take your cart back for you. You can't just sit. I'm not gonna leave you sitting here just having to take your stuff yourself.
Bruh, she can handle it. Oh, look at, oh.
Yeah, that's starving.
You niggas are a disgrace. You niggas are a
straight jacket.
You niggas are a disgrace.
Oh, that's nasty.
Look at this, bruh. Oh my Lord. Let me see if he get the numbers. Let me see. Oh, he looking at her ass. Oh, come on, man. All right, why they? Okay, he didn't mute this shit. Disgraceful.
Tight as a pussy, but
she said tight as a pussy. Oh my God. She Yeah, nasty chick.
Very gossipy.
He going for the hug. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's nasty.
You ninjas ain't living this down, bruh. Let's see if you get the number.
You're a fine piece of eye candy.
I'm gonna keep being some eye candy, baby.
Okay, just remember, candy is dandy, but sex won't rot your teeth.
And I want to keep my teeth.
Look at Nana.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Nana is looking at this man. Look at, hey, sisters, black women. Black women. It don't matter how old the white woman is. You always got to compete with these old white women. I'm going to tell you, bro. You always got to compete with, because other women want these niggas.
The difference between sugar and sweet and low.
Oh,
this is sugar. This is sweet and low.
Look at this ninja, man. Are you serious?
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
Are you serious, bro? You laughing at that shit?
You expect that of a 72-year-old white lady, did you?
Is it sweet? Is it still sweet?
Of course.
Of course. It's sweeter than sweet and low.
Yeah,
We love sweet tea, mama.
Now I want you to look right here, gentlemen. I want you to look right here. You see that in her cart right there, brothers? What's that right there? Those are granny piss panties. Those are granny piss panties right there in the goddamn cart. You about to hit this granny piss, and she about to piss everywhere and dookie. All right, while you out there trying to get it, take the bull by its horns. You see that in the sharper cot right there, the granny piss panties, and Ninja's still gonna smash. All right. All right, she done got, because Granny done had a couple of kids here. Look at these soggy bits. She done had a couple of kids. She can't hold her piss in at all. All right, but this ninja about to hit that with the granny. He gonna pull down the granny piss panties right there. Oh, shit. Cobb County, Georgia, again. You ninjas are a disgrace. Rate Granny's Rizz. Rate Granny's Rizz. All right, we got It's an Evil World coming in, and then the main event coming in hot. Shout out to our brother. Let me jump over here. He gets it for free. Yes, he gets it for free. Pussy out here free, coach. NGN, I heard someone say that the boomers are the first generation that wanted to do better than their kids. Do you agree with this statement? The boomers are the first generation that wanted to do better than their kids. I suppose so. I mean, the boomers get a horrible reputation of how they've acted out their finances. But one thing the boomers are going to do is they're taking this world straight to hell with them. All right, so don't think the boomers are going to get a heart anytime soon. A lot of boomers are working. And also a lot of boomers are not even going to sell their houses and leave their houses to their kids. So they're taking the economy straight to hell. They are. CJ, I worked with these types, almost 6 figures in debt, and another few tens of thousands in credit card debt and car loan debt, talking about where are the providers at so I can rest in my femininity. They'll travel, vacate somewhere in a heartbeat, though. One thing we tell you guys, Cam, for men, is that if you date older women, they are inevitably going to be in financial hell. And this student loan thing is guys, I wrote this in the book. One reason I do not consider older women for anything other than sex, and barely that, because there's young women out here that I can pay for. If you get with an older woman, there's a 90% chance they'll be in financial hell. If you give a woman enough time, loans, access to loans, because remember, in the 70s and before the 70s, they couldn't even get credit cards and loans in their own name and bank accounts. Now they can, and look at what happened. All right, so, hey, they can buy their own house. We're going to see them foreclose houses to record levels in the next 15 years. All right, because they just don't understand finances. They purchase things emotionally. All right, they'll say, I deserve this, and be in 6 figures of debt already. So I don't want to mess with older women because they're terrible at finances. And they're looking for a rescue plan. They're looking for a retirement plan. If they have no debt, they have no retirement. So let's just say she says, I have no debt. How much retirement you have? How much do you have saved for your retirement at 40? They'll tell me about their $60,000 in 401k. All right, I'm out. I'm out of here, bro. There's no fucking way, bro. There's no way. 61K in 401k, good fucking luck, bro. You're done. You're cooked. All right, you're cooked. So this is 90% of them. That's why I find no value in them. I mean, I'm a good lady. I don't give a fuck. I'm not taking on a goddamn sabotage woman. You're sabotage. You're gonna sabotage my whole life and then make me give up young pussy out here. Right, so I can deal with them old roast beef curtains, pussy out here flapping. I'm going to give up young broads to be with you so I can please the community. Monk Dan says, thank you for another JUCO and Money Mindset stream. Thanks for the book recommendation. Sad to hear that there will not be a Free Agent Lifestyle Volume 2, Free Agent Lifestyle for Life. Indeed, there won't be because niggas don't read. Shout out to Bob says, is that normal that the JUCO takes energy drinks before doing the do? I had two different JUCOs who did that. I find that weird. They take energy drinks. Yeah, women are substance abusers. So, I mean, they substance abusers. Especially young women. They'll abuse any substance. They don't give a fuck, bro. They'll take anything. So, yeah, before they're doing anything, they will do something like that. So, watch out. Him says, men are in love, women are in business until the man no longer loves and stands only on business. He says now he is considered a threat to society because he no longer falls for the deception and the foolishness. Thus, he has become free, a.k.a. a free agent. Okay, once you start standing on business, people, they will tell you where you're messing up. Oh, you need to do this and y'all need to do that. I don't need to do a goddamn thing, bro. I don't need to save any of these people. All right. And I'm saying people, but we typically talk centered around women. Bro, I don't have no, I won't even say women in my own family at all. I won't even say women in my own family. Like niggas would be like, well, that's the mother of your child. Let her fucking sink. I don't give a fuck. She made her choice, man. But don't ever, ever get into that mindset. Kaylin says, as much as women enjoy sex, they still take more risk than us while having sex. Okay, yeah, well, I mean, yeah. He says they take more biological risk along with emotional and social risk. So you have to decide whether you're going to pay her with aftercare in an Uber or a marriage. Choose your price. Choose your price. The guys that I think for most men are trying to, this is why I don't get with men in this space. Like, you will tell me how much you value punani. Then you'll tell me that it's worthless. Or the person that's attached to it's worthless. Like, you'll tell me all the things you do. Like, your whole format will be formatted to get sex. Like, how to get laid. How to, run game on a woman. Y'all will spend your whole life and identity on getting sex. Then tell me how much it's worthless after the fact. Then you'll create a whole mob of these women who figure this out later on, and then, they'll try to figure out how to pass that trauma back on to a group of men who just I didn't want to deal with that. Then tell these men that these women are whores. Like, what? It's crazy. It is nuts. Like, how is it valueless? When then you put a value on it every single time. I spent this much time. I spent this much money. Now you're investing in the punani. I'm investing in this woman. Then all of a sudden, tell me how worthless it is. This bitch ain't worth shit and it's worthless. I don't understand that. And this has been quite the conundrum of this space. So when I'm looking at it and going, there's an emotional and social toll that she faces that she will transmute to you in one police report. Now you have an emotional and social risk. One divorce, now you took on all the emotional and social risk that she took. One divorce. Like, how, gentlemen? Now, for me, here's for me, because you're going to say, Coach, you do the same thing. I said, not really. But I'm not trying to tell women that they're bad for doing this. Now, not to say that I've never done that. I just say, ladies, if you're going to be a 304, just be a 304. Be a good hoe. Right here. Just be a good hoe. There's value and worth for a good hoe. Like, I don't need to degrade you because you chose to be a hoe. Be a great one. But there is a lot of risk that you're taking just to have intimacy. There's a risk that she's taking. So there's a value to that. And you will find it only takes one woman to make you pay for all the other women that you thought were discounted. Why do you pursue something so much that is valueless? Right? Why do you spend so much time with game? Why do you spend so much time, I'm going to practice these techniques to get laid, and then tell me it's valueless? Somebody explain this to me. Right here. I don't understand how that's valueless. You will spend all these monies on clothes and hairlines and car washes to get women to look your direction. How is that valueless? Sounds very valuable to me. Sounds like something you really, really wanted. And you went through everything you could possibly do to get it. Other than break bread. But some of y'all broke bread for it. How is it valueless? So I'm trying to figure out. Somebody said, because women are the prize. I don't agree women are the prize. All right. I don't agree that women are the prize. And there's one reason why. T Diamond, and she's a female supporter. The one reason why women are not the prize is this. And this is the only thing. Yeah, they'll buy watches and flex, but this is the reason why I don't think that. Is because everything that they do produces debt. Now, let's say I gave you a gift, and that gift continued to produce responsibility and debt. Is that a prize? And by that definition alone, it's not a prize. All right, it's an obligation. All right, it is a responsibility. It is a debt. So everything that she does after you get her produces responsibility, debt, trauma, things like this that you then have to take care of after the fact. So I think they're less the prize and more of a duty, responsibility, and an obligation. All right, that's what they are. In fact, that makes men the prize. Right? So they never produce anything of value. All right. And it's rare that they produce something of value unless your kid gets drafted in the NFL draft. All right. But that's about it. Yeah, it doesn't create value. They create goddamn debt. All right. So liability, lovable liability. So we can love these. You can love something that is a liability. Doesn't mean you're valueless. I just think the prize conversation is a joke. All right. All right. They cannot be the prize when they produce debt, obligation, attention, all this other shit. All right. That I got to keep investing and dumping time, money, energy, attention in, whatever the fuck you want to say. That's not a prize. All right. I would not put that as a prize. Therefore, I would put men ahead in the prize conversation. All right. Because we take on these debts and obligations. We take on these duties. We take on the insufferable nature of this individual, the woman that cannot be satisfied, the insatiability, the woman constantly moving the goalposts and asking for more, more, and more. That's not a prize, all right, at all. That's not a prize. That's nowhere near a prize. So the prize conversation is out the fucking window. Now, that doesn't mean you're valueless, all right, but you are an anchor at best. You're an anchor. All right, motherfuckers can't move when they attach to you. Martin says, Coach, am I right in thinking that Murphy's Law that you taught me to build into my financial budget can also be applied to women? Have you ever thought of it like this? I don't think I have, but it's true. There's always a Murphy's Law when it comes to women. Whatever will go wrong will go wrong. So be prepared for it. So if you're investing, like, if you guys want to get into relationships, just realize that shit could go left just like this. And women don't actually phrase it like this when they're looking for relationships or they're trying to get you to invest in a relationship. They'll never tell you this is coming, but it's coming. All right. A woman can wake up tomorrow and get out of the wrong side of the bed, and it could be torture for you. It could be a wrap. And you're like, damn, because they're loyal to their feelings. So you better be prepared for it. William Says, I agree with Aftercare. However, women do have to be aware that if they're selling their body sexually on OnlyFans, because you are putting your body at risk far as rape, kidnap, etc. I don't agree with these things, but it's the reality. You said, women do have to be aware that if they're selling their body sexually on OnlyFans, they're putting their body at risk as far as rape and kidnap. Again, I think they know that. I think they know this. I think you have to know women on the dark side to know that they're fully aware of that. Now, does that mean that they should get raped and kidnapped? I don't think they should get raped or kidnapped because they're on OnlyFans or they're walking the street. All right, so this is a conversation. It's kind of like, I think what guys want to do with your statement, which you're saying you agree. You're saying women should be aware, all right? Listen, that's not my responsibility to make sure that they're aware of this. That's number one. Number two, they are aware of it. They know they're putting their life on the line by going out and doing this activity. By the way, even a woman going on a date, she's aware that she could get chopped up. She's aware of this. This is a risk. It's a risk. So they do know it. However, the outcomes far outweighs the risk. They can meet Prince Charming and their husband, or they can get chopped the fuck up by a lunatic. I'm pretty sure they know this, but that doesn't mean that they should if they take on this risk. So that's all I'm saying. Women should not have to get chopped up to make money from vagina or whatever they're doing. So, yeah, I think what we do as men over here is we're trying to say women should take responsibility. Women should be aware. I don't hold my breath that women are going to take responsibility for anything. Again, I'm in a position of, I think far less when it comes to women. What I think about them and what they're going to do, what is their phrase? They're in derelict of duty. Do I have that correct? Let me see here. I'm teaching, by the way. Dereliction of duty. What does that mean? It says dereliction of duty refers to the failure to fulfill a responsibility or obligation, especially a professional one. It can be intentional or unintentional, and the severity can range from a minor lapse to a serious breach of duty. I think, in my opinion, I have a low expectation of women. They are in dereliction of duty almost every time. So for me to go about my day trying to school women on what they should be aware of and what they should think and what they should decide, I don't have that expectation of them. I could say, I hope she has it, but I don't. I think they're oftentimes a dereliction of their duty, and this can be proven by cell phone bills, when they get evicted, when the student loan debt crisis hits, when child support. They're always almost in dereliction of duty of all things, and I'll read the definition again. So I don't want to be teaching you guys that women should be responsible and they should know. Fuck all that. I will not hold my breath. When I deal with women, I do not hold my breath. I just assume they're going to be in dereliction of duty across the fucking board in their entire life. Whether they commit a crime, get convicted of the crime, they're going to blame somebody else, bro. That's what they do. So I have low expectations of them in this department. So I don't spend my time teaching them to understand and aware. I spend my time educating men. Somebody said another guy spoke on this in 2015. Shout out to that guy. All right. Shout out to that guy. He said Arthur A. You guys spend way too much time trying to get women to understand this as opposed to you understanding this and operating accordingly. All right. So dereliction of duty it refers to, and by the way, so people don't know, same thing happened here. All right. When she drove the goddamn helicopter into the airplane. All right. Dereliction of duty. It's a failure to fulfill a responsibility or obligation, especially a professional one. It can be intentional or unintentional. Intentional or unintentional. So when you're saying they should know and be aware, intentional or unintentional? I don't care. It's regardless. Indirect or direct, regardless. Regardless. And it says right here, and the severity can range from minor lapse, oopsies. All right, minor lapse, oops. Minor lapse takes out 64 people. Whoops. Or it can be serious breach of duty. Same thing. Whoopsies. Okay. All right, so that's my position here. That's my position here. I never want men to have the expectation to keep running out here. Well, these women need to understand. You're wasting your breath. All right. Anyway, last couple scope says removal of consent is female post-nut clarity. He says, got an Uber for my JUCO this weekend. It was $10. Got the I'm home. Had a great time text. Aftercare protects you, but ninjas don't get it because they have to spend money. Like, men go about their whole time with women not trying to spend a dime. So if they have to spend extra money to protect themselves, they won't. Joshua Moon says, I have a chance to drive from Cleveland to Vegas with a paid flight back, all expense paid, with my ex and stepkids. My job said I can go. Should I drive to Vegas? Why? Wait. I don't have enough information to counsel you on that one. All right. There's definitely a lot of information held out. It's the evil world we live in. Then the main event. We're going to have a great show. Do me a favor. Hit the like button. I don't know if this is true. Have you guys seen this?
It's an evil world we live in.
Hey, wrong sound effect here. Have you seen this? Apparently to this right here, we knew one of these girls worked on OnlyFans, the woman named Camille Winbush. But apparently now both content creators, Dee Davis, the younger version down here, these two young women were child actresses on the Bernie Mac show. This might be old news, by the way. Someone sent me this. Y'all guys send me a lot of old news. But apparently they're both on OnlyFans, saying that the monetized dating marketplace is, in fact, real. All right. There's always a peace leave ATM attached to
I looked at it as I have an ATM between my legs, and I'm just using it. All I got to do is put my card in, and that's it. And put the PIN number, and boom, money just comes right out. All right, so 28-year-old DD, I'm assuming that's the youngest girl here in the picture. Both of these child actresses, are showing their draws on OnlyFans. It's the monetized dating marketplace. Sounds like I've reported on that already. So, but speaking of the monetized dating marketplace, we also have this right here of a woman going viral for saying she's selling her punani for $12 a coochie right there.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear it.
Oh,
when I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear nobody say shit. When you see me on the corner, bitch, mind your business.
And so men will say, Coach, you said they'll be selling it for bottles of water. Well, the black and Latinas will first, right? Not the white women and the Asians. The fat white women will be as well. Anybody that's ninja meat will have low prices. So this one says right here, Mariah, and she not a bad looking girl. She got that black booty. She got that apple bottom, selling coochie for $12, head $7, both $15, doing deals today. Sheesh.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke. Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
All right, the monetized dating marketplace is here, and yes, it is low prices in the African-American black community. Typically how it works on the monetized dating marketplace, the blacks lack. All right, the blacks are at the bottom. All right, very few black women be at the top of that marketplace. It'd be bottom prices. All right, and she looking to make some deals today. All right, the bind is real out here.
I'm in a bind.
All right, Coach, it ain't out here. All right, yes, these are also the same girls you're cold approaching. It's okay. All right, she's doing the math in her head, and she looks like a young piece of calico, too. So there you go. I don't know where she is. I know y'all niggas gonna look her up, but not a bad piece of, look at that right there. Watch out. It might have some HIV on it, though. And do not go raw. Do not go raw. And niggas was like, that's why she need a pimp. Well, hey. Now, the marketplace is not alive for pimps. All right. These women just need security guards. They don't need pimps out here. They out here renegading out here. All right. And whose daughter is that? Coach, that's somebody's daughter. Hey, man, yes, it is. And that's a nice fanny. Look at that fanny right there. All right. Don't even look like it stink or nothing. Right? But it might be something attached to that. I typically am not a low-hanging fruit type of guy, but, you know, some of you ninjas. Some of you ninjas. All right, it's an evil world we live in. We have a woman that says something that Coach has been telling you about here. Listen to this here, and it has some terrible music. Well, it has some good music. This is like slam poetry or something, whatever you want to call it. She's going to do some poetic shit here, but she says, being a slut is my armor. This is why I tell you, you can never shame a woman enough. All right, they know what they are. Let's see what she's explaining here. She's actually going to explain why you guys, in your strategy to get women to lay with them, actually turn them into these monsters. All right, so here we go.
I'm a slut. I'll fuck anyone. It's true. Girls or boys, I can't choose. Just bring your boyfriend too. It won't take much to get a yes out of me. Or at least a weak nod to suggest I'm weak at the knees, because if I'm here and I'm naked, what else are we gonna do? I mean, you've already started, so I may as well see it through. I don't want to disappoint you, so I'll be the girl of your dreams. Say I don't mind if you come, then you leave, because I don't want love. At least I don't want to want it. Because you'll just become a ghost, and I'm the one who's haunted by all the past poltergeists of perverted promises, of passion, promiscuity, and pleasure gone amiss. When I come to think of it, was it ever a fuck yes? Or was I going through the motions trying to dilute what's in my head, because I was only 14 when I first saw a dick? That weak nod choreographed itself back then, when a boy 4 years older said I was the girl of his dreams, but said to make it official, you have to do something for me.
Let me stop y'all right here. Give me a flower, fuckers. Right? Give me your one. Throw your ones up. Throw your ones up or give me a flower. Here we go. CGA told you. CGA told you. By the way, these women will grow up later and say they were traumatized. I told you guys. 14, and she said 4 years older, 18. Guys, these stories just repeat itself, and I try to educate you on this reality. The guys that be out here, Pookie and them, that get all the free pussy, a lot of these girls be minors. All right? They never tell you this. They never going to tell you this. All right? And you see it, and you be like, damn, I wish that was me. But it's always on the fringe shit. These niggas be 18, 19, 20, 21, and they be with 12, 13, 14, and 15-year-old girls. Like, the data proves this out. A lot of these young women that end up pregnant mostly are going to be older guys. Slightly older. Not that much older. Not like 40 or 50 or 30. They're going to be like 18, 19, 20, 21. And they'll be with 15 and 16. And if you go back to the 90s, it's certainly the case. Certainly the case. But I've been trying to tell y'all this, and they will end up traumatized later on. And as you can hear, she is full of trauma. Now she's a bisexual slut. And it's because these niggas led her on. All right, that's what she's saying. These men led me on. They told me if I was a good girl and do this, then, you know, I'll love you. And then they dipped. And these would be the guys in their 40s talking about how much pussy they got when they were 20 and 19. I used to get a lot of pussy. Oh, you forgot to leave out the fact that they were 14 and 15. You left that out. You left that out, Ninja, and Pookie gets it for free. Pookie be banging these girls, 14 and 15 at the middle school and high school, they do. All the way up until they're 18, 19, 20, before they go to jail. Not for this. They'll go to jail for something else. But then she ends up out here.
And that's you.
Looking for a husband. Looking for a boyfriend. And now, unfortunately, we have to hold this against them. Right? She'll do this all the way up to 21, 22, and then Pookie will shoot the guy in the head, and then she'll be like, let me look for a real man.
And that's you.
I've been telling y'all this for a long time, that people just think 18 is the jump-off point for women, and I'm just telling you it's not. 13 to 19 is when they start jumping off, all right? You got to watch them, especially the highly promiscuous ones. The highly promiscuous ones, the easy lays that y'all out here cold approaching, them girls are the ones, bruh. So watch out. Let's continue here.
Said it's what girls do for boys, so they like them back. Said it's a rite of passage, and if I don't, then that's that. So my neck twinged up and down as I got on my knees, thinking it's a fair trade to get someone to love me. But when he'd finished, he was finished with me.
Yep, there he is right there. Ghosted. But I was young, coach. He said hoetry. Flowetry, hoetry. But I was young, coach, and it was a quick one. Easy nut, right down the gullet, gone. Oh, he was finished with me. How did I fall for this? And don't tell me she has daddy issues. A lot of these women have daddies. So it is what it is. And then they end up looking for sugar daddy later.
Get him, daddy.
Now she's the victim here, unfortunately. But her brother, her cousins, her dad probably put her up on game. She didn't want to listen. Unfortunately, with younger women, let me tell you, because I've coached these women for many years. Unfortunately, as they grow and mature physically, they also think they're grown. All right. So they start to take on the physicality of a woman, meaning they may get their period. They may start to develop and deposit fat in areas where men like them. But unfortunately, they're underage in today's world. But they do believe they're grown. I'm a woman now. Okay. And so they'll start to challenge your authority. They'll start to do things to spread their wings, to rebel. But unfortunately, then they become a victim of this later on. Damn, I can't believe I was young. They'll realize how young. That's another coachism. These women will not realize how young they were until they have a daughter that same age. Okay. It is only when they have a daughter that's about to be 13 and 14 and 15. And they'll look back and they'll think about all the vaping, all the weed smoking, all the running with the thugs and the pookies, all the trains, all the cream pies, all the one-night encounters, all the older niggas they smash. And then they'll be sick to their stomach. They'll be sick to their stomach because they'll look at their daughter and be like, damn, kid's still young. All the nights they snuck out, all the times they took extra clothes to school to put their mini skirt on, all the times they snuck out to go to boys' houses and lie, all the times they went to the high school parties and got trains ran on them. It's when these women will start feeling it when their daughter turns that same age. And then they'll come out and say, these kids are still children. And they'll be 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. They're kids still. Yep, all the abortions and the pregnancy scares, all of that shit. They'll look back at their daughter and be like, wow, I was doing some wild shit at that age. And their daughter over there still sucking her thumb, scrolling Twitter and TikTok. Daughter ain't out there quite yet. Yep, all the missed periods, all those. I don't know which nigga is the father. This is where she turned. This is her. And she was like, damn, by 16, I was already wrecked out here. And my daughter's still kind of somewhat innocent and got butterfly screensavers on her goddamn phone. Yes, indeed.
And I learned from that day that no matter how hard I tried, I was never going to be good enough. So I became a slut. Isn't that what you wanted? Uh-huh. A girl so addicted to male validation that she puts herself in precarious situations with men driven by a singular motivation to use her for her body. It gives me confirmation that the boys at school were right.
All right, so that's her passing that buck. The old dereliction of duty. But I also question men on this as well, is that this is what you pursue as well. This is what you say is worthless, right? But you participate in this, you create this, you talk about how this is a part of your body count, how you laid with 150 to 300 to 1,000 women, but you include her in there, but you call her worthless. So, both people have an issue on this one. Both people have an issue. It's the guys and the girls on this one, but she passing that buck. It ain't my fault. All right, these men made me do it, but enough of this jazz music bullshit. So as you can see, for the people who think when a woman turns 40, she's going to realize the truth and come out and be like, I made all these mistakes. They ain't going to do it. Not even close. All right. So good luck with that for these men hoping women will wake up. They ain't fixing to wake up anytime soon. All right. As a group. All right. And so here we go right here. Reading my wife's DMs, part 2 for the married men. There is the husband, who is definitely a that's you guy.
And that's you.
And there is the wife with all that forehead. Shout out to the Hodge twins. And look at what she looks like. She definitely looks like, okay, she thick downstairs, but okay, let's hear what they say. Reading my wife's DMs.
Hey, boom. You want to read with me?
No.
Oh, okay. Happy birthday, beautiful. What's your Cash App? Would love to send you a gift. And if you're okay with meeting up for a couple hours today or tomorrow night, I'll give you more. I'm a generous man looking forward to talking to you.
Are you joking?
You niggas make me sick. Let's break this down. Happy birthday, beautiful. What's your Cash App? Would love to send you a gift. She's good. She's good.
And is.
When's the last time that you had to pay out a card with your name on it to pay something? when you go get something, whose card do you ask for? She's taken care of.
I already know your card info. Really.
What you mean you know my card info?
I have it memorized.
Let's see, guys, they have all your shit memorized. Never let them see your credit card. Them bitches gonna memorize it. By the way, this is his, damn, she thick downstairs, bro. All right, but this is his wife. Why is she getting messages from men about cash apping them? It's terrible.
The CVV, the whole number, expiration date, all your cards, actually.
So as you see, she's well taken care of. Damn, all the cards.
Man, never let a woman get any peek at your financial information ever, bro.
Credit card,
yeah, I feel like that's a wife thing.
We need to talk. What you talking
I'm
about?
not spending unnecessary. Well, my Amazon could use some.
When we get off this video, I'm about to go and check. I don't even check my.
Your bank statements. I know.
as you can see, she's.
Yeah, I'm not.
You don't even know. As you can see, she's well taken care of.
You see what I buy.
And sometimes I don't.
You're right.
If you're okay with meeting up for a couple hours today or tomorrow night, I'll give you more. I'm meeting up to do what?
No, for real.
No, hold on. No, don't even say nothing. To do what? No, you know, I'm real funny on this camera.
Okay, first of all, listen, I don't know where this is going, but why didn't she delete this DM? All right, the DM is still out there, enough for him to go read it, and she didn't delete it. Okay, so this is a tough conversation to have overall. He's married. He seems to have she's a good wife now. We don't know what she was before this, and she seems to think he's funny. All right, which is a way to a woman's heart who's been used up.
And that's you.
So he's funny to her, and they have a good relationship. God bless them. But he also knows he's on the clock at any point. At any point, she on that clock. So she still got the DM. He's still in reality check. She knows all his financial information. It's only a matter of time. Tick, 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 tick. Tick, 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 tick. As soon as she ready to pivot, she gone.
Gotcha, bitch.
These are the relationships that y'all tell me, hey, man, there's people that got good relationships out here. I wouldn't want, and trust me, when I was in relationships and married, this didn't exist. So that's how old my shit is. But when you talk about monkey branching, when you talk about the ability for a woman to go have a safety net somewhere else, this man is on the clock. Right there. On the clock. And if he asked questions that he did want answers to, he would find out. Look at this nice neighborhood. This is a nice cookie cutter neighborhood. Look at these suburban houses. This is high rent district. He gonna find out his wife's still out there looking for options right here. Yep, she in the investment stage of the relationship. Thank you, brothers. She's in the investment stage of this relationship. So where's the marriage will? She in the investment stage right now. All right, nice neighborhood, kids, okay, whatever it is, marriage, stability, whatever that is. If she's ready to pivot, you can see she has something to pivot to. We don't know if she will, but she has the ability to.
Stuff and everything like that, I promise you. I'm trying me, dude. When it come to Jenny, Gigi, or Kimi, it get real wicked. If Josh ever dropped the ball and mess up, I'm a mature black man with a good head on my shoulders. Really, big guy. Okay. 6-figure earner. That's what he tried to...
Yeah, bro. You don't have... Man, sorry, dude. I want to get to the end of this video, but sorry, my guy. You don't have her. You do not have her. Making fun of this guy in the DM, I know he sounds wild. But this shit, yo, bro, I hate to say it, man. I'm just going to say good luck. Because you are on the fucking clock, bro. You think this is making her, she laughing at you. Laughing at this nigga, but I'm assuming.
Earlier, and I would love to treat you how you deserve. Just wanted to let that be known. How you deserve.
Sorry for the zooming in.
Good. I'm treated very good over here.
I'm treated very good.
To say I'm better than well and better than good. No.
So he's paying. I'm making sure. So again, he's secured in the fact that, yeah, I got you, baby. You ain't going nowhere. As long as I pay, double down, buy these houses and mow the lawn and keep these kids in private school, you ain't going nowhere. That's what he thinks. I'm treating you well. All right, don't lose your job, sir.
It's actually sickening how thirsty that some of y'all get. Now I understand. You know what I'm saying? Before, I used to be like, nah, bro, every dude ain't that bad. Like, no, I don't trust none of y'all no more. I don't trust none of y'all. Okay, boom. You want to read with me?
No.
Okay.
I think this is the beginning. Yeah, that's the beginning right there. All right, so, man, if the streets ever come calling, she gone.
In these streets.
Who remembers this original clip right here?
In these streets.
Soon as she's done having them kids and hatching them kids and nesting, done. You could get got that fast. All right, we got 2 more videos hanging there. Then we got Super Chats, then the main fucking event right at the 3-hour mark, right on time. What about love, coach? It's an evil world we live in. Do you guys know, and this follows up this clip right now, do you guys know that there are women today, Gen Z women, saying that it's okay to walk away from the good guy? Okay, we have 2 women here that are going to give us in the comment section that is going to really ruffle your feathers, gentlemen. For the men that say, I'm a good guy and not my girl and she would never, we have 2 women that are going to justify just because you're a good guy doesn't mean you're the right guy. All right, so we're going to start with this woman right here, and she definitely looks like one of the good girls. These are the women that claim, but I'm one of the good ones, coach. All right, here we go. 48 seconds.
Ever feel guilty for having to walk away from the good guy just because he's a good guy, just because he's a gentleman, just because he treats you well, just because he's generous, just because he's successful and he's nice and all of those things? That's not a reason alone to choose him. He could be a good guy, but that doesn't mean that he is good enough for you. That doesn't mean that he is right for you, and you should not have to compromise on your standards or your non-negotiables because he's a good guy. Men should already be good men. They should already have character traits that are suitable for your relationship. They should already be chivalrous. They should already be generous. They should already have success in their life. They should already have these characteristics as a decent human being. That is not a reason to choose him. And we really need to stop putting these men on a pedestal because they're nice, because they're good men, because they're generous. Like, they should already be that way.
Okay. Now, let's go back. For some reason, it is Megamind Day here. There's a lot of foreheads talking shit. There's a lot of big heads out here talking shit. We got the white woman out here with this big ass Megamind. All right, we had, where's that other black woman at here? We had, where's the other big forehead? We got this one out here. A lot of big foreheads talking shit out here. Stop selecting these women with the big foreheads. All right, we got another one here with these big ass foreheads and these receding hairlines. All right, so there it is, guys. I mean, what more can I tell you? What more can I tell you out here of how to move and operate? So again, these women were all these women out here. This was them getting pookified out at 14, 15, 13, 16, 19. Then they say,
and that's you.
They'll pivot to this for a temporary time out here. And then you have a likelihood to then say, well, just because you're good doesn't mean you're honorable, you're worth staying with. Just because you're the good guy. So you good guy strategists, you legacy ninjas, you guys are figuring out. And wait till I get to the comment section. The next video going to really give y'all a heads up of what's going on right here. Okay. Heads up. Speaking of heads. All right. They out here, bruh. Who cares? She like, who cares? Y'all already should be good. All right, goodness. But got nutted in by Pookie or Edgar or any of these men. Lil Puppet.
feel guilty for having to walk away from the good guy just because he's a good guy, just because he's a gentleman, just because he treats you well, just because he's generous, just because he's successful and he's nice and all of those things. That's not a reason alone to choose him. He could be a good guy, but that doesn't mean that he is good enough for you.
All right, after you done paid and invested,
And that's you.
doesn't mean that he is right for you. And
after you done took her out on dates and listened to her,
And that's
you should not have to compromise on your standards.
not my standards.
And that's you.
Or your non-negotiables because he's a good guy. And should already
They always think they can get.
And that's you.
be good men. They should already have character traits that are suitable for your relationship. They should already be chivalrous. They should already be generous. They should already have success in their life. They should already have these characteristics.
So it's no point in being a good guy.
And that's you.
There's no point. What's the point? This what, dude, this is ladies. What is the point? I've often challenged men. What's the point of being a good woman in today's world? I often say there's very little point of being a good woman because y'all can get left out here too. But now we can clearly say, even for these average looking women, Coach, you only talk about strags and these Instagram models. Here's a regular degular. Look at this woman right here, bruh. And the nose, follow the nose. It always knows. Regular degular bitch that could be pushing grocery carts in Target. She could be working at the Target checkout stand. Here's a regular degular. This woman's a 4 or below, a 49er. You only talk about these strags and these whores and skeezers, and there's a regular chick. Look at this shit, bruh.
As a decent human being, that is not a reason to choose him. And we really need to stop putting these men on a pedestal because they're nice, because they're good men, because they're generous. Like, they should already be that way.
And she thinks she cooking here. But let's get to this one right here. We have another woman that says, me thinking about leaving this man, but he don't cheat. He just lacks every quality in a relationship. All right. He just lack, she says. And I don't know what she's putting on her lips here, but she got some big ass lips. All right. Look at these big ass lips. Look at them soup coolers right here. That's some big, look at them big country ass. Okay. Anyway. She's going to leave a man, but he doesn't cheat. But he lacks other qualities. Now, let's read the comment section. That's essentially, you would think that's woman's number one insecurity. He's going to cheat on me. But it's not so much. It is not. It's actually the opposite. Me thinking about leaving this man, but he don't cheat. He just lacks every quality in a relationship. So he plays it safe. Comment section, just because he don't cheat don't mean he's a good boyfriend. Okay. Okay. Is that surprising to you men? Is that surprising? I'm faithful, Coach. Doesn't mean you're a good boyfriend, according to this. And I warned you of this. In fact, non-monogamous men do way better than monogamous men out here. All right. I know. Non-monogamous men do way better than monogamous men out here. No surprises, no romance, no flowers, no dates, no vacation. But you don't cheat. All right, you're loyal, you're faithful, you're down, you go to work, you work at Amazon, the warehouse, Jiffy Lube. But yeah, that's nice and all. That's nice and all, but you don't give me no surprises, no romance, no flowers, no vacations. I want a down-ass chick, Coach. I would have one of those for 10 years, left 4 years ago, and everything is working in my favor now. All right, so I'm out. All right, I had one of those. There are many other reasons to leave someone that doesn't fulfill you aside from cheating. All right, so my question is this, and I know the answer, but I'm asking facetiously. I'm asking a rhetorical question. Guys, is monogamy the number one thing? You will find, I'll complete the question. Is monogamy one of the things that is a deal breaker to women? My answer is no. It is not always the case. Okay, some women are out, and it's proven, they'll share the top tier men. It's not a problem. They'll look the other way and all that shit. Now, that doesn't mean they'll always have that mindset. They might think, okay, he'll grow out of it. I'll wait for him to get that out. And then later on, they'll be like, hey, I thought you would have grown out of that, and I'm tired of you with your hoes and all that shit. But if they still have value, she'll stick around way longer than she'll stick around for a good dude. What I call a good dude, what most people would call a good dude. Now, just because he Just because he's doesn't cheat doesn't mean he's a good dude. But she's saying it's not enough. Where's the flowers? Where's the romance? Where's the dates? The vacation? Sis, I knew all too well, lazy when it comes to loving you. So again, it's hard for men to figure out what lane they want to be in. I'm faithful, but you're still going to lose your girl. Right? I pay all the bills. You're still going to lose your girl. You can still lose your girl out here. Okay? I can't be with nobody. I constantly think about leaving. Can't even have peace of mind. Listen to this. This is a wake-up call. I can't be with nobody. I constantly think about leaving. What do I instruct you? Women will stay with you and think about leaving. They do everything but leave. They only leave when they have a good landing spot. Okay? A good one in their orbit, a good replacement. They got hoes that ready for them to go back to whole life. They have an apartment waiting. They can move back in with their parents, but they'll be up under you, and you'll think they love you for you, but they're constantly thinking about leaving. I can honestly say leaving was the best decision for both of us. She got a whole bunch of this right here, but she says loyalty was enough, but he couldn't apply the things he lacked. I was always complaining about it, which led to arguments and NB every happy. I don't even know what the fuck that means there. He unhappy because he can't catch a break. I'm unhappy because I want him but need more from him. Just leave. Let's continue. Girl, tell me about it. This is exactly what I'm going through right now. I am really thinking about leaving, AKA, she's still there. She's still there. She's still there. Just because I instruct men, just because your girl is there doesn't mean shit. She could be plotting an escape plan for 2 to 3 whole years. This woman said 4 years. Where'd she say? Did she say 4 years? She said 10. I had one for 10 years. Left 4 years ago. Bruh. When would you guys listen to me, bruh? I had to leave because it had me feeling lonely while claiming to have someone. Oh, shit. Woo. So she got a man. And she ready to leave. I got one claiming me, but it ain't enough. My ex didn't cheat, but was boring as fuck. Never wanted to go anywhere and do anything. Just work, come home, and lay on the couch all day and eat. Never wanted to go anywhere. Woo! Way. I'm trying to find a comment in the affirmative. My ex was such a good guy, but being the good guy doesn't mean you have to stay with the person who doesn't date you. Like, are we homies or what? I broke up with my boyfriend because he had no life goals and wasn't very romantic. He was too childish and didn't have the qualities of a grown man. And he probably beat them guts up and nutted inside her body 1,000 times. And it says, it's other reasons besides infidelity. If two people don't align, let it go because it turns into resentment and hate. By the way, I don't disagree with them. I'm just trying to educate you niggas. I'm not thinking about leaving him, but he do lack a lot of relationship things. So they're in relationships. I got a boyfriend, but these are the boyfriends. Did a 10-year bid with this, and trust me, it's a disrespect to self to settle like that. Oh, I love this. You just lifted so much stress off of me. I thought I was being selfish. Let's just say I'm healing from a 12-year marriage. Last 5 years, my husband has not put his healing first or the marriage. I will not continue waiting 12 years. Gentlemen, are you reading this? This is why when dudes say, I got a marriage, I got a relationship, I'm good. I disagree. You're not good. You're only good as she says. You're only as good as the last day. Anybody pushing their relationship up here and say, look at me. I'm like, nigga, what? This woman right here in a 12-year marriage, the last 5 years, she's sitting up there for 5 years struggling. Okay, we got more. I would keep him and train him Pookie. I don't know, train him to be a Pookie, or is she calling the woman Pookie? I would keep him and train him. My life right now, somebody please give me some advice. I don't feel loved. Just realize you can be a good man and still get left because you don't keep shorty excited. Definitely adding this lesson to my notes. And this is what I tell you guys. Guys, all men pay. Because at some point, I'm trying to find a comment that disagreed. I'm just scrolling down. At some point, she's going to feel content. Right? You're going to feel content and you're going to be like, oh, good. Then you take your foot off the gas. Then you say, okay, I got the girlfriend. I showed her love. I gave her engagement ring. We had the wedding. I got the kids. I got the house. I'm going to go work and put money on the put food on the table. And I'm going to focus on that. And when you come home, you're exhausted. And she's like, are we going to dinner on Thursday? And you're like, oh. You don't surprise her with gifts or flowers. You don't put any extra emphasis in your relationship, but you're a good man. You don't cheat. You go to work, come home. Go to work, come home. She's going to be like, boring. Boring. And so when she does step out, we blame her. But as you can see, they're saying, hey, I gave you a chance. I stayed in there for 10 years, 5 years, 2 years, 4 years. I stayed in there and you never made an adjustment. I brought it up. We should go to date night. We should take a trip. Oh, I can't afford it because you niggas want to put your life on her. She wants to go to Jamaica. You don't want to go. Oh, we don't need all that. She's going to eventually deal with that about 5 times, 10 times. Then she's going to come to you and say, my car's transmission been slipping. And I noticed the neighbors got a new Suburban. Their Suburban is nice. They say they only paid $300 on the lease for 36 months. And you're going to say again, we don't need all that. We'll just get the transmission. And then bye-bye. Bye-bye to your girl. Gone. Gone. And then you'll be like, she left me because I didn't buy her Suburban. And I'm like, bruh, she been gone. She been gone. All she got to do is now plan the escape. But you jump on here and try to tell us, well, you just don't know how to do this and you don't know how to do this. See, I got a girl right here. And then you'll be looking like this nigga right here. I got a girl. She down and faithful for me. She lives at home. She comes home. She cooks and cleans. And I'm like, just tell her one more no. Tell her one more no. Tell her you don't need no handbags. You don't need all them handbags. Them handbags made in China. I'll give you the $15 handbag. And she been gone already, bruh. She been gone. She just waiting for you to tell her you don't need the fucking the real handbag. All she wants is the real handbag. Well, I don't know why women want that goofy shit. Okay, boom. She gone. She gonna get dicked down by someone else. Right? She gonna get dicked down by a nigga that rides a motorcycle. Pookie. And he on probation. And he went bankrupt. He got a goddamn jail record. And boom, she in his fucking lap. Because he's exciting. So I'm telling you, man, it is a hard lesson for men to learn. Just because you got a girl out here, they're telling you, just because you got me, don't mean you get to keep me, bruh. It's getting harder out here because they coming out here saying, yeah, you got me and all, but don't mean you get to keep me. And there's somebody putting pressure on her, even though you're there. And you over here like this. But I got me a girl. He like, I take care of you, don't I? I takes care of you. I takes care of you. I pays the mortgage. I plays with my kids after school. I picks my kids up for school. And she like, yes, honey, you sure do. But as a result, she's like, just because you do all that, don't mean you can't get left. I'm not happy. Just because you do all that, don't mean your ass can't get left. Are y'all hearing me? Y'all don't hear me, nigga. And if she gets one bad friend, cooked. If she gets a whore friend, which she will, guys, if your wife gets a whore friend, you're gone. You're gone. If your wife gets this girl as a friend or a neighbor, cooked, or your girlfriend, and this woman moves in and y'all live in an apartment. That's why y'all niggas need to move to the suburbs to get your wife out of that shit, bro. And take her ass to church and the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Because if this woman shows up in your apartment building and you still live in an apartment, coach, ain't nothing wrong with living in an apartment. If this woman becomes your wife's friend, you can just seal your relationship's fate. Dunzo. Super chats. Protecting you. Yep, or a 304 coworker. If this woman becomes your friend's, your wife's coworker friend, cooked. Cooked. This woman will drag her down into a series of life of whoredom and lesbianism. It's gonna be over. We got the main event coming up here. Thank you for being patient. It's my first day back. My voice is holding up. So we're doing well. Shout out to our brother, It Is. Shout out to our brother, Justin O. I've been busy lately and sick. This pollen is kicking my ass. My Japanese Juko realized I was sick and cosplaying as a nurse and bought me some allergy medication. She also took care of certain needs. The Juco is undefeated. Shout out to her, man, out there. I love that.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, women want to play these games, man. Shout out to you. Stephen White says, Coach, why are you roasting Cheyenne, Wyoming? My 3 mulatto daughters live there and hate it. Seeing my daughter in Orlando, Florida, and she told me she can't wait to leave Cheyenne, Wyoming. Trust me, I have history with Cheyenne, Wyoming. But never want to live in Cheyenne, Wyoming. All right, it's crazy. Steven says, Coach, can you find the clip of this right here and play it for us? It's a riot. All right, yes, indeed. I got you right there, brothers. And there it is right there. Hey, ladies, would you explain to these guys how y'all like to be whored out? I'm going to start bringing, you know what? I'm going to start bringing women on this show, but not for the reason you want. Not for the reason you want. I can get women talking freely and get them to talk. And it's going to be eye-opening information that I can gather from women. All right. And the ladies, listen, don't be bashful out here. These men need to know. We need all you 304s out here. Right. We need you 304s to let these ninjas know how y'all like y'all throat to be violated. And y'all be like, Coach, man, this is terrible. This is a terrible thing to talk about. We need these hey, ladies, if I told y'all pigtails tonight so I can use your face as handlebars, so I can use them pigtails as handlebars, and they be like, do it. All right, don't tease me, Coach. She'll be like,
don't joke about beating me up and pinning me down and doing that stuff. I like that. I like that. Do it.
Yeah, that's what they'll be saying. Oh, really? She'll be excited. She'll be like, I want to have she'll be at home afterwards. My throat is hurting. I have to take some lozenges after that, Coach.
Don't joke about beating me up and pinning me down and doing that stuff. I like that. I like that. Do it.
They love it. And then you give them the serum afterwards. I'll give you some serum. All right. You want some serum afterwards? Open up. All right. And she'll be like, all right, in the face. All right. Shout out to the ladies here. Where's the in the face lady? She told you earlier, right here. She said,
White everything. I'm like, yeah, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Because honestly, it's fine that you like to come in inside and blah, blah, blah. But for me, like, I really want to in my face. For me, my face is disrespect.
Yeah, there it is right there. Ooh, she oh, look at the Jezebel spirit in them eyes. She like, yes, give it to me. All right, I want it. In the face. She says, I want it. Don't tease me. All right. And then all of a sudden, y'all getting sued for $50 million. Callie West says, hoes love Pookie because Pookie facilitate hoes dysfunction. He says, I fool ninja beaches because I look hood. They love me until I start telling them they need to be on time, get a job, and clean up their home and cars so roaches won't infest their place. They run fast like Scooby-Doo. All right, so yeah. Go subscribe to Callie West's channel. He does look like a Pookie. But he's a responsible Pookie. And one thing that women will run from is responsibility. Now, some women like it for a temporary amount of time. So you will find that women will find that you're a mentor, you're making them want to be better. Ladies, you make them want to be better. You make me want to be better. All right, that's because they feel like they're a 304 or they think they're low hanging fruit. Right? So they're good for Pookie, but you're challenging them. They'll do it for a period of time. At some point, they might snap out of it and label you controlling. Right? So again, everything's a fine line with them. There's never a position of permanence with them. So let's just say a woman likes that and she's 24. She finally snaps out of the Pookie phase and she wants someone that she can be better for. Let's say she does that. You're like, I got a woman that wants to be better. Dude, give it. She turns 32. That's over. By 32, it's over. Okay, why? Because she reached that point of maturity. She's now a different woman. Now she got to that point. She learned. She's like, this is as far as it go. Where the streets at? The streets are calling.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
All right, so she did it for a period of time. Everything's a period of time. Anytime you talk about it, Cali West, just add right now to everything they say. This is some old MGTOW, old red pill advice. Add right now. This is probably some Tom Likas advice. Going back to the greats. Everything a woman says, add right now to it. And you'll understand them. All right, I want to be better for you right now. I want to be your girl forever right now. Okay? I would never do that to you right now. I'll always be here for you right now. All right, but I know that women go through periods of growth. They have their teenage years, their 20s, their 30s, their 40s. These are 4 distinctly different women in the same goddamn body. And it's the same as men. You should be different from your teens, 20s, 30s, and 40s. So there's nothing permanent with them. But of course, they sell themselves as permanent. Everything to them is forever and going the long distance. So they think they're going to be the same, but they don't realize they're going to be different. They're going to have a completely different outlook. So be careful with this. Be careful with this because this is how you get fooled and tricked. Men enter in relationships hoping women never change. Women enter a relationship hoping that a man does change. Inevitably, they're disappointed. Old red pill sage advice. Inevitably, both are disappointed. She changes, we're disappointed. We don't change, she's disappointed. So be ready for this. And men just act like the woman is wrong for this. What's wrong with these women? I don't think anything's wrong with them. They're women. That's what they do, nigga. That's what they do. All right. I mean, you expecting them to do something different? Shout out to a man supporting men. Hey, CGA and the Coach Gang, I reports that your women don't love you on IG. The men and the women say that's a lie. LOL. Side note, men paying for game courses, but say they don't pay and women are free. Laughing my ass off. I often try to explain this. If you pay a dating coach for advice on game, you paid. What's Cali West's channel? You have to Google it. I don't know. Cali West. All right. Cali West, what's your channel? But if you paid for advice on dating, you paid for pussy. I mean, how is that even not even, that should be common sense. Again, all men pay. All men pay. I know ninjas will start, y'all want to fight this till the cows come home. Shout out to JC says, Coach, dude reading the DMs was low-key crashing out. He says, when the ninja started talking with that high-pitched Richard Pryor voice, he about to choke a bitch or start crying. Facts. Facts. So he was crashing out and he was using humor to cope. So this is when he started doing the flex and this thing. He definitely felt insecure because, yeah. So he was experiencing some insecurity. JC, good read on that one. That's actually a good read. And we all read each other. Shout out to Mr. Commander with the co-sponsorship.
I'm Rizz, bitch.
Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. Rob says, fellas, all these chicks talking about leaving their man for many reasons. You must do for yourself. Put yourself first. Be the villain, a successful free agent, and boss up. Be so successful that a woman is an afterthought. CEOs hire and fire you at will. Be the CEO of your life. Rob the villain being the villain today. We got the main event coming up. Rob the villain letting you know, guys, you can get fired for any reason. Again, remove your ego from women. When men say, hey, my wife left me, my woman left me, remove your ego from that. Only time is going to tell if that was a good decision or not. Most of the time, it's going to be a bad decision. Right? It's going to be a bad decision on her part. But we didn't find reasons why. We blame ourselves or we allowed them to blame us. But really, it was about them. They were searching for something. They were searching for something that maybe, maybe they couldn't find, or they found it temporarily. But you have to remove your ego from them because their decision-making is wild as fuck. All right. And if you're trying to understand it, you're going to waste your time. Much of it has to do with their own processing. And he says, my ex is moving to Vegas and wants me to drive. All right. That's why you're driving to Vegas. All right. Shout out to you. DK says, pandering at romance porn, shaking my head. There's no hope. I mean, hope is not a strategy out here. My thing is for men, if you get a woman, enjoy her for a temporary time. They temporary, bruh. They are very temporary. We got a couple more chats and then the main event. Women are temporary to me. And any guy telling me not, tell me when you met your woman. When did you meet your woman? Okay. Most people met their woman at a different phase of her life, a different era. So you met her when she was 35. Bruh, she's not the same woman from 15 to 35. That's 20 whole years. So now she seems somewhat stable and somewhat willing to sacrifice and somewhat willing to listen to you and deal with your bullshit, and you deal with her bullshit. You guys somewhat, but there's a word, compromise. She's already compromising. She don't give a fuck. She already been through a whole bunch of dick and relationships and disappointment and heartbreak. She just in compromise phase. She like, all right, fuck it. All right, this will do.
And that's you.
All right, so yeah, you got her good now. She good now. All right, but is she going to be good at 55? I guarantee you can't bet on that. But she's already compromised. She's like, all right, fuck it. This is about the best I could goddamn do. All right, whatever. All right, they got a warm body here, and he seems to be good. He paid the bills. All right, fuck it. All right. All right, but then let's say you met her early on. Well, we was high school sweethearts. Tick, 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 tick. You holding on, nigga. All I could try to do is hold on. You holding on for dear goddamn life. You flapping on the wind, bruh. If she drops one nuke on you, curtains. All she has to do is pull one plug. Bye-bye. And you are hoping she don't pull the plug. You wake up every day hoping she don't pull the plug today. All right, so if she pulls ye plug, bye-bye. Michael R., modern women love to call men narcissists, but they're the ones that need you to take them out, tell them that they're beautiful, provide for and pay for them, buy them ish, take them out, go out with them, and give them massive amount of attention simply because they're them and men are the real narcissists? I think not. Oh, yeah, that could be a whole show. All right, but narcissism is just a weapon. We weaponize a lot of things, and we weaponize therapy and psychology. We also weaponize monogamy. We shame people who don't participating in it. You know, could you participate in it? And I don't participate in it. We shame people. That's just another shaming thing. Men do tend to score high on narcissism more than women, but, you know, much of the dark triad characteristics you can apply to men and women. Dark Side Foundation. Coach, your assertion is fair. I will never advocate or support women's initiatives so long as they are in dereliction of duty. My girlfriend asked me to apologize for not voting for Kamala, and I gave her the Reverend X. I'm not broke, so normie politics don't apply. Again, shaming. But be careful, guys. This is never going to end with this student loan thing. they're going to continue to vote in socialists as much as they can. So for the next probably 8 elections, we'll get a strong cycle of women promoting socialists. And if you think I'm lying, Kamala Harris is a Marxist. All right. What do you call it? Joe Biden catered to Marxism. Most of the Democrats, Barack Obama was certainly a socialist. So any of these people, they're going to cater to bringing in and voting in. And it's only going to get worse. AOC is going to be a full out and out Marxist. All right. And women going to be voting for her. Why don't you like her? All right. Hell no. Bernie Sanders, they try to get in there. Full out and out socialist. Damn near communist. So be ready for that. They're going to put pressure on you guys in these election cycles to vote socialism in. Vote in. We don't need to pay these student loan debts. Kevin Sullivan, coach, you ain't never lied. I got a coworker that's on the clock right now. She said the marriage isn't coming fast enough. She said her mom and others are in her ear, but he thinks she is the one. Oh, yeah, he is a stepdaddy at Ninja 2. Woo-wee. Stepdaddy ad ninjas. Shout out to our brother Carlos. Says my parents red pill me the most. They've been Christian and together for over 25 years, but growing up, it was clear that there was no real love, constant arguing, and separate beds. It's why I don't take long-term couples seriously anymore. Shout out to you on that one, guys. The whole thing about playing house for married couples, going to bed together, sleeping in the same bed, you know, milking cookies, tucking each other in, cuddling at night. This is a facade. This is a facade, guys. This shit is not real life. And much of the fantasy of relationships, a lot of men and women use movies and television shows to look at how relationships are. And you think every day of your fucking married life, you're going to go to bed at 9:30 and you're going to cuddle and kiss her on the forehead and shit. And you're going to have sex, maybe. You're going to sleep in the same bed. Bruh, get that shit out of your head, bruh. That is not real life. That is not real life. That is fantasy bullshit. Many people, they sleep on separate times. They're on different time clocks. They sleep in separate bedrooms. The nigga fall asleep on the couch. All right, just crashing out. Wife in the bed, scrolling TikTok, playing Candy Crush, flirting with niggas on Instagram. It ain't this bullshit where everybody's gonna get in pajamas and shit and brush their teeth, all right, and get in bed and cuddle and not fuck, all right. This shit is not it, all right. So get that shit out of your head right now, man. That shit is not reality. Let me do a couple more. And then we'll get on. Rob's the villain, the guy that brags about what they do for their wives and girlfriends online or simply seeking female validation. Most of these dudes get played. Fellas, do what you will. Remove your ego and learn stoicism. You'll do fine. Never feel bad for losing an increasing liability with little return of investment. Okay? 100%. All right, 100%. Mikey says these women treat men like 9-to-5 jobs. They'll stay while planning their escape. He says they only give you 3 hours of effort too. Fellas, you're just a utility to them. Glad you're back, coach. We're just teaching these guys, man. 100%. 100%. All right, they will hatch an escape plan. And their escape plan includes an intervention, a therapist, possibly another nigga walking into your patio, sliding door, co-workers, parents hanging out outside while she rushes out the door, right? And you're like, what did I do? The fuck did I do to deserve all this? Court papers, police, sheriff at the door, domestic violence report. They got you coming home for work. Sir, you can't enter the property. What happened? You have a temporary restraining order right here. You're going to have to go to court. Dude, that's how they leave your ass. You go on a work trip. They come back. Dear John, I've been putting up for years. Hold on for a second. All right, we got a great show. Dear Mr. Negro, I've been putting up with years of this, 4 years to be exact. I cannot stand that you didn't progress this relationship, and I gave you chance after chance, warning after warning, and I told you through body language, you should have read my body language. You should have read my tears. I cry at night. Even when you're sleeping next to me snoring, I cried myself to sleep. You'd be like, you'd be sitting there like, really, bitch? I cried and I cried. All right. You didn't hold me. You didn't hug me. I just wanted you to hold me. So I packed up all the kids' bags and the furniture and the moving company, and I moved all my shit to Boise, Idaho. I drained all your bank accounts. I took half of what I've owed and what I was entitled to. You like, God damn. Like, what the fuck did I do, bruh? Like, how the hell did I get here? You're like, what? And everybody knew. You the last to know. All right. Then the old lady neighbor come over here. Yeah, I noticed she moved all of the shit out. She been talking to me every day at lunch. We've been having tea and coffee and crumpets. And she been telling me what a shitty man you are. You're like, what the fuck? Everybody know. Everybody looking at you closing the blinds. Oh, this nigga back. Yo, blindsided, kids gone, everybody gone. All they toys cleaned the fuck out. You sitting there like, damn. She playing this shit for a long time. Tell me I ain't lying. Press 1. But I got a good girl. Hey, 2 weeks ago, she was letting you fucking nut in her, and she was looking like this. You nutted in her 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, you nutted in her in your marital bed. She kissed you on the lips. Yeah, she did. Tell me I ain't lying, bro. Hey, young men, take goddamn notes, bro. 2 weeks ago, you took her on a romantic dinner. 2 weeks ago, you spent $5,000 to $6,000 on your American Express to take her to fucking Disney cruise and the kids. And you're like, what the fuck? Right? They just it happens, brothers. Anyway, let's do it. Okay, all right, main event. It's gonna be a riot here. Let's go. Okay, the ladies are out here. Ladies, this is terrible, coach. Tell these men the right way. Ladies, tonight, I'm gonna talk about consent. We have almost 3,000 people in here. If I get about 200 more likes, we will crack the 3,000 mark. We will have 3,000 people here. I'm back and bigger than ever. Pause. Why did Bill Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend snap? Okay, let's take a look at this report right here. And let's see what the report says, just so you guys can see, and we'll give you right here. It says right here, for people that say I'm trolling, it says right here, Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, snaps in capital letters. See that right there? I can't scroll up that much, but I hope you guys can see that. It says snaps. She snaps at CBS. So a guy is going to be like, Coach, she didn't snap. The literal headline right there, you can barely see it. Because if I scroll up, it'll go to the next video. You see right there, it says Jordan Hudson snaps. All right, hold on for a second. Why is it doing that? All right, let me take this down because I don't know what this fucking doing. All right, so anyway. But she did snap. But let me play the video right here, and it will give you the indication of who this individual is. And you guys know what's going on here. Bill Belichick's in a relationship with a younger woman. He is 72, I believe, and she is 24. Okay. She is a former Miss USA pageant winner. I believe she was Miss Maine or in the Miss Maine pageant. So there she is. You know, I guess if she's a pageant winner, she's somewhat attractive, but I would classify her as an apex predator. You know, she looks more Millie mouth to me. All right. She Millie in the mouth, ass bitch. But she is a pageant girl. That's her background. She's Miss Hancock USA. Hancock. All right. Yeah. Hancock, I see. And she is not what you would call a submissive. I think she's a dominant. All right, she's a dom. And she's a very assertive apex predator. All right, so she's 24. Now, you guys know the dynamic between people that look at older men, younger women. It is somewhat taboo. Not as taboo on the white side as it is the black side. Black people hate age gaps. All right, they'll threaten your physical harm for an age gap. Right? They'll be like, I'll kill you if you come see my daughter or my cousin or niece. But the whole hood is falling apart. And if you're a black man with a young white woman, it is even more taboo. All right. But they'll tell you there's no business for a man 55 to be with a 19 or 20-year-old. Yet he's 72. They damn near got a 50-year age gap. The white community is like, well, you know, normal shit.
Where the white women at?
So they're not as taboo when it comes to this. In fact, there's a clip that I could play to actually prove this. White women and older white men and older men in general is nothing to them. All right, but when it comes to black men enjoying the pleasures of young women, no, you can't have it. Go get you a goddamn, what's her name? Tracy Ross. You're supposed to date age appropriate. But let's play the video that's going around the internets of this relationship that people find curious. Why is this not doing? Hold on, let me refresh this shit. Because for some reason.
That's the.
Okay, so here she is right there. She definitely a beanpole, flat back pancakes. And for those who don't know, Bill Belichick is the former coach of the New England Patriots with Tom Brady. And now he's the head coach at the University of North Carolina. So he's a college head coach.
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on.
That's the.
Jordan was a constant.
Okay, so you hear that. She says, we're not going to talk about this. We're going to talk about what her role is with Bill Belichick. But let me play this video here for people that know about white women, and particularly their culture and them dating older men is not as taboo. This is a woman here in the, looks like the 80s. Her name is Adrienne Barbeau. I don't know how to, Barbeau? She's with Johnny Carson. Listen to the conversation here. What she says about dating older men.
I could have a daughter as old as you are, and that really kind of, in a way, makes me sad because you have to be in your early 20s.
Oh, you dear, that's lovely.
Middle 20s?
A little more.
Really? Well,
I'm
anyway.
28.
Well, I could still be your father. Yeah. Yes.
You could be my lover.
What?
You could be my lover.
Humanity. What the heck? Yeah. You say.
All right, he's shuffling right now.
I only say that because I've had them who are old enough to be my father. That's why I say.
Really?
Oh, I love older men.
Well.
All right, so just right. So as you can see, all right, as you can see, he's like just right. So as you can see, when it comes to white women, them dating older men is it's par for the course. All right, they all experience it. They go through it. They go through a phase. It is not taboo to them. This is even going back to the 80s and going back further. Age gap is not really taboo with white women, especially attractive white women. Attractive white women, or what you would call semi-marginal to attractive white women that are in entertainment, acting, any of these levels, they want to date up and mate it. It's no problem with them. They do it for a long time. They've been doing it for many, many years. It's not taboo at all. So if you meet a white woman, the highly likelihood that she dated an older guy is highly likely. If you deal with a woman from the Caribbean, a black Caribbean woman, the likelihood that she dated an old white man is highly likely. All right, so it's not a big thing. If she has a daughter, and the daughter is a descendant of a Caribbean black woman and an old white man, that woman will date older guys easily. All right, but with black people, it's a problem. And then when black men date a white woman, it's a problem. All right, so you see the dynamics here. She's like, I dated older guys. I dated guys older than my father. No big deal. Asian women, similar. Latinas, kind of. Black women, no. It's always the same age, same age, same age. Now, not all white women either. So when you look at what's happening here, how they're treating Bill Belichick, who is in a relationship and out in the open with his white young woman, it's different than Shannon Sharpe. Shannon Sharpe had his secretive, behind closed doors, and somewhat doing what you would call BDSM or abuse. So it was just plain sexual with Shannon Sharpe, which does feed into the stereotype. Then it's like, I can't see why an older man would want a younger woman. With Bill Belichick, they're not really putting pressure on him like that. However, the dynamic is still much different. She seems to be his handler. So they're saying she's ever present. Let's take a look again.
Instant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there.
Now, you have Jordan. Look at Jordan. Jordan, look at how she's looking. She all looking like, nigga, don't say too much. Don't say too much.
Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it.
Yeah, people are invested in it. They're not criticizing him as much. They're criticizing it, but they're not like, man, this is terrible.
How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks.
Bill Belichick don't care about football. He don't even care about his shirt, bruh. Look at this goddamn shirt. But he's never been known as a good snappy dresser.
Just try to do what I feel like is.
I'll do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
We're not talking about this. Now, that voice is the condescending white woman voice. Trust me, I've dated women like this. This is a woman that is not a flimsy woman. She's not a baby. She's not like, I'm a baby and you're Big Bill. No, she's in control here. She's in control. So condescending white woman probably comes from education, probably comes from a decent family, which we're going to talk about here. She's in control. Okay. New world. Bill don't give a fuck. Bill's using her to an extent, but she's in control of Bill. Okay, so she's taking part in the interview. She's watching what's said, how it's said. She got Bill on a goddamn string. People are going to call Bill a simp, but Bill Belichick don't give a fuck. Either way. He at the tail end of his life. He about to die in the next 10 to 20 years if he's lucky. All right, he don't give a fuck. He'll pass everything on to her. He just getting some young pussy. All right, and she running up his credit cards. He got more money to burn than she can even imagine. And, of course, if she divorced him, he don't give a fuck. He'll just be dead. All right, I don't even know if he has kids. He had an older white woman that he was engaged with, but he don't care, bro. He beyond don't care. All right, so anybody looking to rescue Bill, I'm going to tell you, bro, he don't care. This woman, I don't even know what her education background is, but she is a domineering force here, and I'm going to show you and prove this here. So this is why people are going to be less sympathetic about her being a young, naive woman. Because as you can see, she's not playing young and naive at all.
No.
No.
It's a topic neither.
And look at her. This is definitely a very controlling, domineering woman. She knows what she wants. She has a plan, and she's going to execute that shit. And she'll stay with him till he dies and take all the money. This is her goddamn plan. This is her plan. This is her plan. Okay, I'm gonna be with him until I'm 34 in curtains. I'll put his ass in an old folks home. I'll put his ass in I always forget the name of this. I put his ass in there, and boom, close the door on that nigga. Close the casket. Good. Okay, I got the rest of the shit. She's here, she's playing for keeps. And she's like, I gotta put up with this shit for 10 years and I'm good. So this is why people will be less sympathetic for her being a victim. And then now they're going to be more for like Bill Belichick. Damn, watch out, nigga. All right. Watch out, bruh. She's seeking her claws. Somebody go help Bill. As opposed to Shannon Sharpe. He was the dominant. Yeah, put his ass in leisure world. Hospice. I always forget that word. Put his ass in hospice. Close the fucking door. He'll be dead in 6 weeks. Gone. And by 34, walk out with $50 million. Or divorce him and write a tell-all book if he didn't put an NDA on her ass. All right, but she good. Now, let's go ahead and show you some dynamics of this relationship. She supposedly is his assistant, media trainer, because she's a pageant girl. This is her in her capacity right here. As you can see, she definitely is running the show. There she is. She's not a naive young woman here. This woman is pretty much the same age as that OnlyFans girl for Shannon Sharp. And look at the dynamics here. She's putting a microphone. She's walking, power walking. She's got her boots. She's in control. People are listening to her. She's giving directives. All right, this nigga just coaching ball. Apparently, they're doing a TV show, like a Hard Knocks TV show. So this is her chance. But you see, she's putting a microphone to him. Say this, do that. All right, she's giving directives. She's marching, giving this nigga his marching orders. She's right here. Boom. All right, we ain't talking about this. Don't say shit. She's in control. Okay? New world order. She's in control. This is why people will feel more sympathy for Bill, even though he's 50, almost 50 years older than her. It's going to be a completely different dynamic than Shannon Sharp. This is also her here with Bill Belichick. There she is in them high thigh highs. All right, almost thigh highs. Look at Bill. All right, look at this nigga. All right. And she's in control. She definitely looks very mature. She's not a naive baby here. And this is indicative of what we call an apex predator, which is not a pejorative. She's the one talking and calling the shots and moving the needle and people moving around her. She got her glasses on. She got her claws out, bruh. She got her claws out. So think about this. The woman who's Shannon Sharp woman was considered a baby. She's naive. She's a baby. These women are 2 years apart, maybe one. They're almost the same age, which does show you how people portray things. Some women are type A, some women are type B. Some men are type A, some men are type B. Okay, so she definitely is an aggressive woman here. She's not a baby. This is also them right here. All right, she's calling the shots. Wear this, do that. Look, got him by the hand. Lead. Okay, where does she go there? Where'd she go there? So she's in full control there. There she is, grab him by the hand. Do this, do that. Dress them up. You do, because this nigga, he ain't trying to go nowhere. And there's a video of him, right? Where's the video here? Of him, they're at a game. Where is it at? They're at a game. I can't pull up the video, but there's a video of him that I played where he's in the stand sleeping. They're at a basketball game, and she sleep. He sleep. And she's sitting there, got this nigga up all late. And she don't give a fuck. Nigga, wake up. Go to sleep. Right here. And I was looking for the video, but I couldn't find it. But so you see the dynamics here. Now, they're asking her, where did you meet? And she shut down a question posed during the CBS interview. Where did you meet? Where did you meet? People are saying, sugar baby. Sugar baby.
That's the
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
not talking about this.
Look at that. Not talking about this.
No.
So she definitely an assertive. She knows what she wants to say. She knows what she wants out there and whatnot. People are going to say she's a sugar baby, and I can't disagree with that. That definitely seems like, you know, this is would be classified as a JUCO. Obviously, he got all the money and the value, and she has something. At least she ain't just sitting there, all right? She ain't just sitting there collecting money and doing her nails. She actually trying to be an active participant for whatever reason. Could be predatory, could be not. She's actually has a plan. You can see she's a woman with a plan. Now, this is where I say people may not be thinking third dimensionally here. Could it be? And the problem is she's now brought attention to it by dodging the question. Could it be Raya? Could it be seeking? Could it be sugarbaby.com, sugarbaby.net, or whatnot? Here's what I think, and I have to pull this up. One of the reasons why they say why she wouldn't answer the question is it could be possible that he knew her when she was a kid. Now, that is going to bring another layer to the story. It could be possible. Looking at Bill Belichick's children, he has 3 children, 1 daughter and 2 sons. That now it would complicate the relationship altogether. Because if he knew her as a child, we got a whole other problem. Now, that is going to be the worst case scenario. Okay? Now, if he knew her when she was 10, 8, 15, 12, whatever the fuck the age is, now you got a whole complicated situation here. You got a problem for the rest of the world. Now the white people going to be like, now hold on, wait a minute, okay? Now you got grooming charges and shit because let's look at the daughter's age real quick. He does have a daughter. Let's see what her age is. Oh my goodness, she a biggin, right? She is not as young as her. The daughter is 41. All right, so this is how old the age gap is. Now, if the daughter was her babysitter, now we got major problems. Okay, now we're going to have this whole dynamic. People are going to want to know, well, how did this happen? Wait, your daughter used to babysit for her and the kid was 3 and your daughter was 17 and now, wait, okay, that could be a solution. People are saying she's a MK Ultra handler. Okay, she's his handler. We can obviously say for sure that is the case. She definitely is his handler. And she is using him in his position to gain a little bit of prominence. I believe this might be her. This is Miss Maine. We know this is her. And she is from Maine. What is Maine considered? New England. That's the New England area for most people to understand. So she's from his area. She's from his backyard. Okay, that area is considered much of what you would call in the New England area. So she's connected to that area. We don't know how, family. So he's from that area. He's lived in that area for better part of 2 decades. It could be that he knew her when she was young or somebody assigned her to him. We don't know. I'm willing to bet that the family knew him and he knew her at some point. We don't know if he groomed her at all. We don't know. But I'm willing to bet that she's probably part of his family or the family knew. Clam chowder. Some chowder. Maybe she... But I don't know what's going on there. It could be that. And that could be the part where then people... Why she would react this way. We don't want people to know that part. Now, they should have had a story on this better than this shit. All right, which now is going to bring up the possibility of people investigating, and internet sleuths are going to figure this out. Whether it was a sugar daddy, sugar baby relationship, whether it was a handler, someone's assigned to her, signed her to him, light-skinned, funny face, or white woman. Maybe it was Tom Brady's ex. Who don't know? Maybe one of her. Maybe one of the players dated her. Maybe one of the players dated her. There's a lot there. So she was a girlfriend of one of the players, and she worked her way over to Bill. New world order. Okay. All right. And she got through one of the players. We don't know. Maybe he was scouting at a college or a high school, and they connected. I have no earthly idea. But the fact that she dodged the question is going to make people look into it more, which is going to cause the problems. Now we have, because she threw off the scent, we do have it to where she's going to look more aggressive, more predatory. And I think the sympathy is going to go to Bill. Unless he knew her when she was younger. Okay, unless he knew her when she was younger. If they can find that, then it'll be one of those situations here. Let me see if I can find that basketball footage. The ninja sleeping. Let me see here. Sleep at the basketball game. Who do you feel sorry for here? See here. I think this is the video. Here we go right here.
How you think about something. Because before I saw this video of Bill Belichick and his much younger and much hotter girlfriend, it's this.
All right, here we go right here. So people are worried about the age gap for sure. But there's the video I was talking about. And there's her with her friend. Okay? Right here. Dude, let me tell you about white women, man. I know my white women. Where the white women at? Guys, these two women's eyes gives me the goddamn heebie-jeebies. Okay? I can see in these two women's eyes that they up to no good. These women are up to no good. Of course, Bill Belichick, this is your own personal choice. You wanted to be in your 70s, and you chose this woman to take care of you. I don't know what's going on, but these two women right here, I know a couple slut babies when I see them. These girls' eyes tell me they are untrustworthy white women, man. Hell no. These are apex predators, up to no goddamn good. Look how shifty they look. Shifty, demonic. Look at how they staring into the distance. All right, I see white women like that, and I'll be running from them, bro. Nah, bro. Because they be thoughting and plotting like that. They be thoughting and plotting. All right, they got no good. They eyes say no good.
The visual of him.
All right, let me see if I can turn the volume down on here because this ninja is very unimportant to our video. But look at Bill Belichick. And look at them two women. Yes. New world order. Look at these beady eye bimbos. All right, they gonna come after me. Look at these beady eye bimbos, man. Salem witch bitches. All right, anyway. And then they go leaving together with Bill. Bill like, come on, bitches. All right, and they gonna play the game. Look at these flatbacks. And they go to broads right there. All right. There she is in her goddamn bustier, whatever you call this. And Bill like, bitches, come on. And he gonna have a threesome with them, and he gonna do it all up and down their throat. All right, come on, broads. He don't give a fuck. All right, but he at the game sleeping. All right, it's way past his bedtime. All right, but man, I'm gonna tell you, man, I think this is an interesting conversation. I'm all for age gap. Some people are not. Shout out to you if you're not. But let me see if we can pull this up here and put a poll right here. How do you think they met? And then we'll go to the super chats. Get the fuck up out of here. We had almost 3,000 people. How do you think they met? All right, we're going to give you some options here. We're going to say Sugar Daddy app. Sugar Daddy app. The other one was that he knew her as a child. We also have in MK Ultra, Sex Kitten. And then we'll give you the easy one, Infield. All right, Infield, the bar. All right, so here we go. How do you think they met? We'll let you vote on that one. That was a good, decent main event here. And it's something that we're going to have a lot to talk about. Okay. Somebody said, you want the Snow Bunny song? All right, hold up for a second. We'll slow that Snow Bunny song right here. These bunnies, man, you got to be cautious of bunnies, okay? And I don't consider her a snow bunny. I think snow bunnies are mud sharks.
Snow bunnies.
Okay. Oh, somebody said the airplane, by the way. By the way, they're supposed to have met on the airplane. That is their story, but for some reason she didn't say it. All right, well, they supposedly met on the airplane. All right, so you can put Infield on that one, that they met on the airplane, but you would think that, anyway. Yes, indeed. All right, here we go right there. Oh, yes. It's Melanin Monday, but... All right, right, she's not a bunny though. I don't consider this snow bunny. All right, not all white girls are snow bunnies. This is a apex predator. Right? It's an apex predator right here.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, this is the type of white women y'all not ready for out here. All right, these are pedigree white bitches. A book signing.
That's my destination.
All right, let me see here. Is that her? That's her right there. All right, that's her right there.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Miss Hancock. Oh my goodness, Miss Hancock. Yeah, this a fox. This ain't a snow. You right, MC Hamster. She a fox, bro. Oh hell no, bro. I will not let this woman stay over my house. And by the way, many people say she's a plain Jane. In the Northeast, believe it or not, the blonde bimbo is not very, the blonde bimbo doesn't exist as much in the Northeast. Anybody that's blonde in the Northeast is fake blonde. All right, what you will find in the Northeast is this. She looks somewhat ethnic, somewhat, not completely ethnic. She might have had a nose job. You know, New Jersey, New England, Long Island. You will find that this is the type of white girl that's up there. Not the blonde bimbo ditzy chick you will find in the West Coast and in Florida, somewhat Alabama. You're gonna find these pageant princesses up here, dark hair, Italian background, possibly Greek. These girls right here, yeah, Italian, these type of things. So these are not gonna be snow bunnies. Probably small hat. We don't know where her background is. Her last name is. Anyway, Hudson. I think her last name is. So this is going to be what you have here. And these women are going to they're going to be aggressive. I lived in the Northeast for a little bit, for almost 2 years, 3 years almost. Aggressive, man. They're not bimbos. They're going to be on their P's and Q's. Probably went to a nice school. Let's see what school she went to. School did... Let me see what college she went to. Bridgewater State. The hell is that? Cincinnati? Cincinnati. You said French? Bridgewater State. Not sure where that is. But it says Cincinnati right here. She is a college cheerleader. These are different breeds, bro. It's going to be a different breed of woman. It's not the type of women y'all would normally meet. All right, these are the type of women that are like trained to be with niggas like this, right? Yeah, snobs. They're not going to be in your Hampton bitches. They're not going to be in your wheelhouse. These are the type of niggas Mr. Lucario says he fucks and chucks. Not really. Shout out to Mr. Lucario. These are women y'all ain't going to touch, fuck, or nothing. All right, you're not even going to come within reaching distance of girls like this at all, bruh. These are girls that studied abroad in college. They studied in France and Italy in college. Yeah, snobby, smart mouth. You're not coming in. They're not pumping, dumping these broads. You're not at all. And they will not deal with niggas in public. She probably ain't never. Yeah, country club chicks. He says right here it was a commodity. Yeah, priced out. She had her eyes sunk on going up to the upper crust. Like it was get rich or die trying type bitch. Get with an old rich guy or die trying. I know she's not Italian. We're saying she's ethnic. She's not like the normal white people, like trailer park trash y'all used to deal with in the South. She's not like waspy. I don't think she's like that. She got to have some sort of other background. But she was get rich or die trying type shit. Get educated. And she knew she was going to date an old nigga when she was 19 and 16 and 12. Right? She was like, I ain't going to be like you regular motherfuckers. Ever. Ever. All right? Ever. She been training this shit for years. She been training for this role for years, fam. Where's she at? Where's she at? Oh, there she is. She been training to, her mama been training her for years. Tell them, who said that? Johnny C. That's a fact. Her mama been training her for years to be in this role. She was ready for this role. Ready. So, yeah, she ain't gonna be the type of bitch you just gonna get at the nightclub and pull with some game. Mr. Lucario disagrees. But yeah, in the Northeast, that is definitely the type of chick you're gonna see up there. Not them blonde bimbo chicks. All right, maybe some of them girls from Long Island, but they're bleach blonde. Yeah, she marked his ass. Anne Hathaway type chick. Yep. Trained apex predator. So her mama probably sought out Bill. Bill was probably, Bill was smashing the moms. Oh no. Okay, hold on for a second. We got another layer here. Okay. Remember this right here? When Bill Belichick was leaving the crib? He could be, they say he was leaving the 24-year-old house, but he could be living in the mom's house. Maybe he was dealing with the moms. Yo, Bill Belichick leaving the crib. All right, that could have been the mom's house. And then he was like, fuck it, I'll date your daughter. Fuck all that shit. All right, yeah, bro. And this is the airplane they supposedly met on. All right, supposedly. All right, but yo, I got to pull up the picture of moms. Hold on for a second. Let me see here. Let's see if moms is in the picture. I do have her Instagram. Oh, shit. Oh, Lord. All right, that's moms right there.
Oh, the humanity.
That might be her mom's. All right, but look, that's with her brother. Whose brother is this? So, look, the brothers are cool with it. They not beating them up. I think this is her brother. Maybe it's his son. I'm not sure. But they all hugged up. Hey, you guys don't know, man. These niggas be supporting. Bill Belichick's about to support the whole family. Oh, shit. This is her ex. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
This is her previous boyfriend. And guess what? I see boats and yachts. I see boats. This bitch always near a boat. There's a boat. There's another boat. All right, this bitch is on the prowl, man. She on the prowl. But this is her ex. Monetized. She got a plan, bruh. She got a plan. And you can see old white men are her plan. There you go, right? Somebody called her a grave digger. Yep. So she was already dating the older dude, 64 years old. He's 64, but you got to remember, by this time, she 21. She 21, 22, and he's 64. So again, white folks don't play that bullshit. They date older, they date younger women all day long. It ain't that big of a deal over there. All right, for black people it is. Woo, and look at her. She won. She got him. She like this. Gotcha, bitch. But every time I look at a bitch, she on a boat. Look, that shit look like a nice house. There she is at the country club. There she is at the pageant. Where's she at? She's right there, the second one from the left. That's her right there in the hand cocked across her. There she is right there with a whole bunch of other apex predators. All these women are monetized. There she is, Oxford. Yep. She definitely what we call a social climber. She's a social climber. So we can see she's aggressive with it. She's a social climber. I call her a social climber. I dated a girl like this, bruh, out of my league, man. I out of my price range for sure. There they are. That looks like Italy. Because I stood right there and I did a video right there. My vlog is right there. That's Italy. And let's see here. Let's see here. That's not her. Where did I see all the boats? Apex Predator, for sure. Right? There she is on a boat right there. There she is on a boat right here. Anytime you see hoes in boats, here she is on another boat. Boat and water. Martha's Vineyard Beach. This bitch is not playing, but apparently this is her mom's. I don't know if that's her mom's, man. Let me see. What is this? Yep. So she a social climber for sure. The poll says that they met on a sugar daddy app. That's number 1. Number 2, they knew as a child. Number 3, MK Ultra. That's number 4. And number 3 is they met on the infield. She's definitely got a plan. So most of y'all, she out of your price range, even despite that you might think she's plain or skinny. Bill eating that up. And he gonna get his bitch millions and millions. Shout out to you guys right here. What a great show. It's been great. Mike Key, shout out to you, Mike Key. We got our brother Big Boss Man says either broke loser males or men with a lot of leverage mess with under 17 girls. But most men are on the spectrum of Mitches. That is a tough conversation to have, and I very, very rarely want to have that conversation here. But he says both either broke loser males or men with a lot of leverage mess with under 17-year-old girls. I would like to talk about it. I talk about it off screen, but people aren't ready for these conversations. They're not ready for it, right? At all. But if I tell you what I know, what happens in some of these places, it happens. And I can't control it, but it's a thing. And shout out to the girl that supposedly committed suicide, one of the Epstein girls. There's an example right there. All right, Johnny from Las Vegas. Hey, coach, I think it's funny these lukewarm trad-cons are trying to convince men that God wants us to marry, when in the Bible itself, 1 Corinthians 7 and 8, which states specifically, it is good for a man not to marry. He who marries will have trouble in his life. All right, anybody want to pull that up? 1 Corinthians 7 and 8. Okay. Chapter 7, verse 8. Anybody want to pull that up just to test that out? I'm not a Bible scholar. But it says right here, it states, but to the unmarried and the widows, I say that it is good for them to remain as I am. It suggests that remaining unmarried or in a widowhood state can be a good path for individuals who are unable to maintain self-control and focus on spiritual matters. It acknowledges that not everyone is gifted with the same abilities, and some individuals may be more suited to the single life. It is true. It is true. I mean, I pulled it up here in the NIV. Okay. Interesting. We need to give credit to our brother Johnny Las Vegas for that right there. Boy, free agent lifestyle for life. For life. All right, free agent lifestyle for life. What the Bible people are looking for context, so hey, I don't have context. Shout out to JUCO Trick and Training, says most people with student loans took 50 to 150 hit to their credit score because of payments coming back soon. Credit seems useless to me if you already have money, but losing credit access will cut people's financial lifelines. It's now boss up or starve in these goddamn streets. Y'all don't hear me though. Boss up, nigga. Y'all don't hear me though. Y'all don't hear him. You don't realize the sense of urgency. A month ago, I was talking about there should be a sense of urgency in you bossing up. And you guys still went to sleep on me. And I said this a few months ago, going into last year, 100K ain't gonna be enough. And y'all slept on it. Now ask yourself this. We're gonna have a new permanent underclass. The people that thought they was up last week, they down on one thing. I always say this, it's going to take one goddamn thing and you're down. So now these people that thought they was gravy and they was going to die with these student loans woke up to a new reality. And now they down. They don't have no plan. No plan. They make it 85, 90K. No plan. They thought they was going to buy a house when the housing market comes back and rebound. No, they're not. I told you it's boss up season.
You better boss up, nigga.
Get serious. Get serious, man. Because people about to get cooked underneath. How many people have these loans? 4 to 5 million people are going to be in default in the next week, in the next 2 weeks, in the next month. Okay?
You better boss up, nigga.
This is your chance. This is your chance, guys. The bar is lowering every day. Right? This is your chance. All right, they are not playing with people, and people think that they want us to survive. I'm telling you, they don't. They need us beholden to them. New world order. Do not be caught out here. Anybody can get this work. All right, anybody. Bob says the race then that I found the most JUCOs are Latinas. In my experience, the Latinas are the most unloyal women. Even if she doesn't participate in the JUCO, they will likely cheat on their spouses or boyfriend. That's my experience. He's not being racial here. So he's saying the Latinas are the least loyal. Interesting. They do pose as the most loyal, but I think that could be called into question. So anybody have that experience? Who knew this? All right, last year, y'all was asking, how's a family of four supposed to afford groceries? Now, how y'all supposed to afford groceries and student loans? Y'all cook, nigga. It's a mess out here. Rick Flair says, seeing young women flexing on social media wearing shirts reading future ex-wife was the last straw for me being a sucker for love and ninja. Woo! Future ex-wife. Jesus, we're almost done here. Thank you for this show. Future ex-wife t-shirt. Guys, today's women, unfortunately, do not have the long-range goal of long-term marriage. They don't. I don't think they're programmed with it. Okay? I don't think so. Okay? Their marriage to you is temporary, especially if they're over 28. It's temporary. You better plan accordingly. Dude, look how many future... I never knew that this was a shirt. Yes, sir, bro. Look at all these shirts. Future ex-wife, guys. Future ex-wife. Divorced parents make hot daughters. Holy mackerel, man. Man.
Oh, the humanity.
Come on, guys. Y'all, I should not get any future ex-girlfriend, a chunky ling-ling. Shout out to the chunky ling-lings out here.
What kind of fuck you give me?
What is this? Okay, the future is female. All right, we don't care about that shit. All right, we know that's false. I could be your future ex-wife. I mean, okay. People, it's a joke, coach. It's a joke. You just don't get it. It's a joke. I don't joke about shit like this. It's too ingrained in our system. It's too ingrained in our system. Y'all can roll the dice out here, man. Do they have a future ex-husband? I guess I don't even know if that would make sense. All right, why would you wear a shirt like that? We're almost done. They do have a future ex-husband, but of course they're beta males. All right, beta males. His is small there. Future, yeah, beta. You know, no chicks, no niggas is wearing this. Like, yeah. Hey, amigo negro right here, future ex-husband. It's there, but it's not as prominently. Guys, today's women are just temporary. That's all I'm gonna say right here. And there's another future ex-wife. All right, and we got this couple right here. Again, beta. You see it? Future ex-husband. I mean, these are actually, okay, you guys know how those work. Beta males. Beta. What a evil world we live in, guys, man. The propaganda is thick out here, bruh. Did I get Michael R? I did, but he has another one, so we got 1, 2, 3. This Bill Belichick girl is Kercel, the manipulative queen from the Game of Thrones. All right. Sorry for my pop culture. I don't know who that is. All right. So anyway, let's see if we can find a woman here. Okay. I suppose it. Okay. Yeah. She does look like that right there. The manipulative queen from Game of Thrones. Yeah, she does have that pensive look on her face like this woman out here. She definitely is right here. So that's the better one right there. Did I get that right? See the look on her face. She definitely
Either one of them is
she is focused, bruh. That's focus. What's her name? Cersei's? Oh, it's an I. Is it Cersei? All right, I don't know. I don't know anything about that show. I don't know anything about it, but thank you for that suggestion. People do know about it. Shout out to our brother Nigel says Bill ran game on her. Do you think Bill Belichick ran game on her? Do you think he's the pimpin'? Do you think he's the pimpin'? Or do you think she's the predator? Because we're going to hear old men that date young women are the predator. Is this true? Is he the predator? Or is she the predator? Because they're all too quick to call men a predator. I think he's being preyed on. Dun-up, dun-up, dun-up. And we got, let's see, one more. Okay. We have our brother here. It is H every day. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some cursing in here. He says, H every day, yes, rich ninjas get ran through like 304s do. And you pointed out something that gets overlooked because of fake IG posts. Bush got boats and planes and villas in her background. He says, know your pocket weight, fellas. He says, know how much you can afford out here. All right, boats, planes, and villas. That's what you saw in her background. All right, boats, planes, and villas. You didn't see nothing less than that. So let me see here. Just let's peruse this real quick. This is her IG. We got snow mountains. That looks like the French Alps. All right, what the fuck is this? Okay, that's a compilation of vacation. All right, that's not going to help. All right, there's more boats. That's in Maine. Uh-oh. He's going to get a picture of her when she was a child. Don't let Bill Belichick be in there, bitch. All right, Lil Wayne. All right, nice little house there. Okay, where's she at here? This is Bill Belichick right here. All right, what?
Oh, the humanity.
She definitely pancakes out here. Look at them pancakes. Can y'all see that? All right, that's Bill out there putting them pancakes. He got his feet on them pancakes, and she got her feet out. Look at that, straight as a goddamn board. Woo, that is a flat-backed woman if I ever seen one. And old men love flatbacks. Old men love them flatbacks. All right, look at Bill with his old ass. All right, look at him. Shout out to Bill. All right, yo. Okay, she's a cheerleader here. Look at them pancakes. Pancakes. That is flat-backed right there. All right. That is the definition. All right. And we got cellulite on them flat-back pancakes. All right, shout out to them, bro. She ain't got, okay, wowzers. Yeah. Bill is out here getting it. All right, we got the Apex Predator Club right here. My girls. Woo, Bill is in for it right here. The Apex Predator Club. And there she is right there. She a Apex Predator, bro. Bill ain't got no chance. Oh, no. Oh, the Black Queen, too. Oh, Bill is cooked, y'all. She about to finesse the shit out of this ninja. Apex Predator, bitches. H Everyday said, know your pocket weight. Someone says she's not 24. You know, she definitely carries herself more mature than the other chick. She's a more mature 20-year-old. She does look older, and she gonna look like hell later, but she definitely carries herself. The other girl, Shannon Sharp's girl, is 23 right now, and they look completely different. They carry themselves completely different. There are 24-year-old women that are, I said this before, there are 24-year-old women that are way advanced. They're mature. At least they present themselves maturely. But there are some 24-year-old women that can't get up at night. She definitely is different than that. She definitely knows what she wants and she going for it. I mean, I was like that when I was in my 20s. I was going after what I wanted. That's why I can't understand current men and women in their 20s. I'm like, y'all niggas ain't trying to do shit. But she going for what she knows, bro. She got a plan and she executing that shit. We got boats. There she is on the boat. And she was already dating men in her 60s at 21. She is not fucking around, bro. And she's not a victim either. I'm going to tell you, bro. Anybody that makes her a victim, bro, she was dating a man in her 60s at 21, 20, possibly even younger than that. All right, so she ain't a victim at all. Anybody putting the victim narrative on her is completely wrong. Like I said, I dated a woman like this, bro. And they are predatory. They are on their fucking game. So this already hurt. This is the ex before Bill, just to reiterate the point for people. This is it. All right, that's her boyfriend before Bill. And that was, let me see here. I want to see when she was dating him. It says right here, it says right here, Jordan's ex 64-year-old lover is racing to her defense, blasting haters who have accused her of being a gold digger while praising her for being wise beyond her years. His name is Joshua Zuckerman.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
He says he met Hudson several years ago after bonding over psychology, philosophy, and nature, then became romantic. The two were on and off for a while. They ceased their dating relationship prior to her coupling with Bill. He still remains friendly with the 23-year-old cheerleader through their time and with the future Hall of Famer. He said in a statement to us this week that he has been appalled by some of the negative things that have been said about the ex online. I've been getting calls left and right from news stations. I've been involved with Jordan platonically and romantically, and I consider her a good friend. I feel bad that she's caught up in this whirlwind. She's wise beyond her years, much more than any 20-something that I've ever met in my life. Yeah, I meet women like this all the time. Okay, I meet women like this all the time where people be like, man, I can't see why you date a 23-year-old. Dude, I know 34-year-old that are immature in comparison to some of the 20-somethings I met. All right, so let me see here. I want to see what age they dated right there. All right, they're not going to say it. So, you know, if she was 23 at the time this article came out, and they dated before that, so he was dating her on and off when she was 20, 21. Without question. And he was 64, so anywhere to early 60s, and she was early 20s, 40-year age gap, and she has near a 50-year age gap with Bill. Again, the white community, white people do this shit, and it's just, black people do this shit, and they can't go for it. then black men with white women doing this seems to just set everybody off. They can't handle it, bro. They can't handle it. So, yeah. I don't hear anybody calling for his head or Bill Belichick's head like they were calling for Shannon's head. There's no reason whatsoever. That's what we heard, right? There's no reason whatsoever for a man his age to be dating any woman that's 19, 20, or 21. They're not saying the same thing about him. I don't hear this. I don't hear white people saying this. I don't hear, but niggas will say it all day long. Man, I'll kick a man's ass for coming dating my 24-year-old niece. Black people in age gap seems to be a bad problem, which is odd because black women and black men's same age relationships are terrible. Like, you have to consider black men and black women's relationships when the same age is absolutely atrocious, especially younger black men and black women. Like from 16 to 25, these relationships are tragic. But for some reason, they will not see that as a solution. Where over here, not a big deal. All right, interesting. Kid Chameleon, if the Bills girl gets stuck, if the Bills girl can't stick the landing and get married, she'll hustle backwards. She's running purely off of pretty privilege. No guarantee Bill leaves her money, and I doubt she has her own money. Yeah, so what she'll do is she'll sue his ass or she'll write a tell-all book. All right, she'll write a tell-all book. Nobody's telling Bill to date a woman his age. I mean, what woman his age it is? Bill Belichick's ex-girlfriend. Nobody's telling Bill Belichick to date a woman his age because they know he has money like that. So they're like, what the fuck ever? He can do whatever the hell he want to do. See, money means different to white people than black people. Okay? When black men have money, they say you like every nigga. All right, you're the same. When white people have money, they put your ass, they'll give it as an excuse. They'll be like, hey, well, he rich. When black men have money, it don't matter. You the same. All right, you don't get no extra privileges. But this is Bill Belichick's ex-girlfriend before the one he has. And as you can see, I think she was younger by 2 decades. I think she was in her 50s. Maybe mid-50s. Maybe she at least is 15 years younger than Bill. There you go right there. Right? There you go right there. So there he is with his own age, and there he is. That's the upgrade. Nobody batted a fucking eye. But take a look at, the aging white woman. They like, okay, Bill, we see it. And she's a pretty woman for her age, for sure. She definitely is a pretty woman for her age, but she's aging bad. You know what I mean? Like, how much this was going to last. All right. How long this shit was about to last. This is her a little bit more dolled up. You can't see the wrinkles. But yeah, he was like, nah, I'm good. She ain't bad. All right, let's see them toes, baby. Woo! Woo! Woof! Woof! All right, bunions and shit. Hairy ass knuckles on the toes. All right, she good looking, man. Let me stop. She don't deserve this shit. But there she is right there, bro. He was like, I'm about to go 35 years younger. 35 years. All right. Fuck that, bro. Hells no. So ain't nobody concerned about this. He doing the same thing he's doing with the 25-year-old or 24-year-old. Let's see what her age was. Oh, give me what? Okay, she was let's see here. I need the ex-girlfriend. What the fuck is her name? Linda Holiday. Linda Holiday. Let's see what her age was at the time. They were together 16 years. They're not giving me her old ass age. Right? They dated since 2007. So she lost that deal, bruh. She thought she had the ring. And she got. All right?
Gotcha, bitch.
She thought she had that shit locked in. All right, but what's her age? Can I get her fucking age, bro? Left her for a 24-year-old. Oh, I didn't put it in here. Give me the age. 61. 61. So that's only 11-year age difference. And she thought she had it locked. Retirement plan locked. 16 years put in. She put in that time. She waited and waited and waited. And he said, "Gotcha, bitch." Woo, wait. He lives in Andover, Massachusetts. Okay, yeah. Look, this nigga, Vineyard Vines. Okay, Martha's Vineyard nigga. All right, yeah. Ooh, look at, oh, no. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, the humanity.
This is why I can't do it, bro. This is why I got to get my bag up. I got to get my bag up. I refuse to be around these. Look at this knees, bro. She ain't a bad, look, head and shoulders, bro. Like, her face can pass a little bit. All right, without makeup, it's probably a wreck, but, oh, brother, how you making it down? What the hell? Oh, my God, no way, Bruh. I can't do, look at her knee, But what's going on with these knees? Imagine what the midsection look like and the toddies. Imagine what all this look like that ain't covered up. Because I can see what the uncovered shit look like. All right. I can see what the uncovered shit look like. But I want to see all up in here, bro. What's it? Oh, my Lord. This shit gonna be.
Oh, the humanity.
Ooh, wee. Bruh, this thing gonna malfunction, bruh. She ain't got much left in them knees, bruh. Old cartilage and shit. She definitely ain't dropping to her knees. She definitely ain't going to them knees, bruh. But that 24, hey, he was with her for 16 years. He got with that young white woman, and she dropped to her knees. The ninja was in heaven. He was like, this just right. Woo, wait. All right, he said, I'm in heaven. All right, let me stop with the bullshit. I got to get out of here. Kid Chameleon, shout out to you. Oh, what are we doing here? Let me make sure. Shout out to Callie. Bry says, yet another double standard in the U.S. with older black women with the YN. Everybody big ups the beesh. But reverse it, and the black man is called out by old beaches for holding a young woman's hand in the mall. Yep. For certain. Now, I'm going to tell you, white people deal with me dealing with younger girls better than black people do. Right? It's crazy. They deal with it. As long as I don't beat her up, cut her throat, or grape her, they're fine. You know, now they ain't going to take the white woman back if I impregnate her, but that's the damn sure. But yes, people know what's up, man. People will say, look, they will give reasons why. Okay, he has status. He has money. People tend to honor that. But black men, we have a serious issue that black men are all the same. No matter what. It's communism. Hey, nigga, you ain't better than me because you got more money. Nigga, you ain't better than me because you got more education. You ain't. But when black women do it, they better because they got more money. Tracy Ellis Ross. She can do what she wants. When black women get more education, she can do whatever she wants. All right, but when black men get educated, we supposed to rescue the community. Each one teach one and save these rescue bitches and get with old washed up women that been 45 years ran. Like, we can't never. Why do black men have to work so hard to get scraps? You supposed to get scraps and be like the next nigga who didn't do shit with his life. Like, it is bad, bruh. It is bad. They really be putting black dudes in that situation. You ain't no better than the rest of us, so why don't you take one of these rescue missions and shit? Fuck all that, bruh. Lead the black community. Black community's a hellhole. Shout out to the Coach Gang. I'm out. Hit the like button. Peace.
better boss up, nigga.